for himself. And so empathy becomes a very powerful word. The other word that you've heard used a lot to describe the vice president at this convention is joyful, that she is a joyful warrior. And I think that's interesting because, you know, our politics in this country are very serious, right? There are serious issues facing the country. This is about policy. It is about directing the country and how we want to be governed. But political conventions have always supposed to have been fun, right? It's always kind of like a 4-day party. You are with people who are sort of steering in the right direction. That fun really came out Tuesday night.
With the roll call.
With the roll call vote, there was a live DJ, there was dancing. Lil Jon came out. And so I think that was an interesting phrase to use the word joyful to describe the vice president, and then kind of put on this almost concert-like event at some point. You know, during that roll call, the lights are down. All of the delegates are wearing these bracelets that light up in different colors. There was music blaring the whole time. And then you had the capstone speech from former President Obama that really was a pretty optimistic, forward-looking, let's move past these deep divisions kind of speech, almost a hearkening back to 2008
that's always been his message, but
change.
To hear him bring it again, to hear him talk again about, guys, it's really, really divided. Like how, you know, it was...
Show grace to other people.
Listen
was an
to other people,
line.
right? Hearing him again, do you think the crowd ate that up, that they wanted to hear that?
Yeah, I don't know if they wanted to hear specific. I don't know if there was much that either Obama could have said that was not going to be so well received by this crowd. But I think it was a message, again, that as they try to build a coalition of voters, they are trying to obviously keep their base intact. But one thing that you heard President Obama say is that's the way you build a Democratic majority, that they are trying to bridge different divides to see if they can build upon maybe a shared concern about what a second Trump presidency looks like, show grace to neighbors who may not understand the way that you understand, give them time in a fast evolving world to kind of come to terms with what's happening around them. That was a message that up until you heard former President Obama deliver had kind of been missing from this convention.
And Josh, to your earlier point about some of Michelle Obama's more pointed language, you know, in contrast to her husband, she specifically said there are people desperate for a different outcome here who will work against Kamala Harris, and that some will lie about her. So it almost sounded in that moment as if she was saying, if you don't like Kamala Harris, if you do want a different outcome, you're a problem. And I did wonder about how that contrasted with hearing Barack Obama's message of listening to those we disagree with.
She called on the delegates here to do something. That was a call to action to say, we all have to kind of defend Kamala Harris from the inevitable attacks coming from the Republican ticket. You know, I remember Michelle Obama's line that's become so famous, when they go low, we go high. This was a lot of, you should go low. You should really hit Donald Trump because he's a threat to our future. That was a call to action and really almost a call to arms against Donald Trump and how the stakes are so high in her mind for this election.
We also heard from the second gentleman, yes, Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband. He was friendly, he was goofy. He told the story of meeting Kamala, called her a joyful warrior, as Jared already noted, but he said the thing is she's still a warrior. I thought that was important.
He talked about standing up to bullies. He talked about how when he was young growing up, his parents told him that you have to stand up to bullies, and that is what his wife, what the vice president has done in her political career. It certainly, again, they are trying to show a contrast between Harris and Trump. Trump is certainly being described by a lot of speakers as this bully that is not going to protect basic freedoms, is not going to respect institutions, is going to make decisions that enrich him and his friends, and that there needs to be somebody who has experience taking on bullies, as they have sort of touted the vice president's prosecutorial record.
Okay, tonight we hear from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the vice presidential pick. He's coach, he's sergeant, his titles are varied. Who does he make the case for tonight? Is it himself? Is it Kamala Harris? Is it both? I imagine we're going to hear from people who know him, who like him. We need to learn about him as well.
Well, look, if we're making the comparison between this ticket and the Obama-Biden ticket, he is the Biden. He's playing the Biden role, the guy who's the emissary to the white working class. In style, he certainly has that bio, the football coach, the high school teacher, the plain-spoken language. That is going to be, a lot of people don't know who Tim Walz is. They see the image of Tim Walz. And look, they're not going to be voting for Tim Walz. They're going to be voting for a Harris-Walz ticket, with Harris being the top of the ticket. But we talk about these blue wall states, these Midwestern states near Minnesota that share a lot of the same characteristics, a lot of blue-collar workers in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And Tim Walz is the MSA. You're going to see a lot of Tim Walz in those states because those moderate blue-collar voters are going to have to hear like what they hear from Tim Walz to help reassure them that Kamala Harris is an acceptable choice.
It seems like what they are hoping Tim Walz can bring to this ticket is say the same thing that other Democrats are saying, but use a different language to try and maybe attract more voters, again, broaden that base. One of the lines that Tim Walz has been using frequently on the campaign trail is mind your damn business. He has been using that in the context of kind of freedom and kind of why do Republicans care so much about the way that you're living your lives? We're the party of freedom. You've heard that from Tim Walz. Another notable thing that in sort of the first weeks here of this launch is he has talked about how he is a hunter in Minnesota. When he was announced as the running mate, the campaign shop had camouflage hats, which you often see, I think, at Republican conventions, probably more than Democratic conventions. At least for the rollout of Tim Walz, that was the #1 seller on the Harris website.
I've seen it here. Speaking of that, Josh, finally, some folks I've talked to have said they really, here at the DNC, they really like his mantra of mind your own damn business. But I do have a question about that because during COVID, Minnesota had a phone line set up where you could tattle on your neighbors, and thousands of people used it to rat out people who were violating stay-at-home orders. That doesn't really feel like minding your own damn business.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's one of those examples of political jiu-jitsu where the Democrats are trying to take a vulnerability of theirs and turn it into a strength and really you really advertise it on the campaign trail. Look, one of the raps on the Democratic Party is that they want government to be too involved in your lives. And that's still the case. You saw that with COVID in Minnesota, religious liberty issues. There's a long list of areas where I think Walz is vulnerable, that government and an active government did too much and got into people's businesses a little bit too much. Taxes, COVID, the list goes on. What they're smartly doing politically, the Democratic ticket, is trying to make it trying to make the Republicans seem like the party of trying to get in your personal lives, on abortion policy, on some of these social issues. And I think it's working. And you're going to hear a lot more about the Republican ticket being weird. That was a Tim Walz line as a surrogate. And you're going to hear a lot more about the freedom line. And ultimately in a campaign, the campaign has to rebut these attacks. Trump-Vance, the ticket on the GOP's, the Trump-Vance ticket has not done a very effective job rebutting a lot of the attacks that have come from both Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Crosshauer and Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern. Thank you both for joining.
Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Frustrated parents blasted Deptford school leaders for the rescinded plan that would have charged some families for kids to ride the bus. Move-in day at Temple includes welcoming 300 students transferring from the University of the Arts. And Mural Arts Philadelphia says there's going to be a new floating pier in the Schuylkill River in southwest Philly.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This week, all eyes are on Chicago for the Democratic National Convention, and Rich Zioli is there.
While our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high.
Listen afternoons 3 till 7 for the latest news, excitement, and drama as it unfolds. Rich Zioli live from a Democratic National Convention, only on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me.
Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Kick off the season with Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest. Free and open to the public on September 21st. Join us and connect with over 50 arts organizations from across the region with festival-style performances, fun activities, and ticket giveaways. Plus, you'll score incredible ticket deals to our upcoming season. Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest at the Kimmel Center on September 21st. More information at ensembleartsphilly.org. That's ensembleartsphilly.org.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff, create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The recent hot streak on Wall Street cooled a bit Tuesday as the Dow's 5-session winning streak and the S&P 500 and NASDAQ's 8-session winning streaks all ended. The Dow down 62 points, the NASDAQ lost 60, the S&P 500 down 11. Investors seemingly awaiting the Fed's annual Jackson Hole Economic Symposium later in the week. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is scheduled to give remarks Friday that could offer clues on the path to potential interest rate cuts. Alaska Air one step closer to acquiring Hawaiian Airlines. The U.S. Department of Justice will not challenge the $1.9 billion deal. Alaska announced in December it would pay $18 in cash for each share of Hawaiian. And Macy's, Target, and TJX, the parent company of Marshalls, TJ Maxx, and Home Goods, all deliver earnings reports this morning. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Swing states get the most attention during presidential campaign seasons. We've seen both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump spend much of their time in states like Pennsylvania and Arizona. President Trump yesterday was in Michigan, another swing state, speaking on rising crime.
Since Comrade Kamala Harris took office, her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are all government numbers.
GOP vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, another swing state.
I want every single child in this country, whether they're rich or poor, whether they grow up on the right side of the tracks or the wrong side of the tracks, every child deserves to have public safety, and that's what we're going to do when Donald J. Trump is president.
But North Carolina is also considered up for grabs. The state elected a Democratic governor, but 2 Republican U.S. senators. The state voted for Barack Obama in 2008, but has voted for the Republican candidate ever since 2012. But could that change this year? There is a belief that the state and its 16 electoral college votes could be anybody's.
People should not take North Carolina for granted. You're talking to the second Republican speaker in 100 years in North Carolina. We took the majority in 2010.
U.S. Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina is one of those 2 Republican U.S. senators. Before that, he served in the state legislature in North Carolina, where he helped build the GOP majorities.
But it is by no means one that should be taken for granted. If anything, it's trending blue. And I think that it's beginning to bubble up on the map of possible wins for Harris. And there's a variety of reasons for that. One is my race in 2014 was 1.6%, I believe, and in 2020 it was about the same, and that's after $300 million had been spent between both sides. So North Carolina can be a pickup. Obama won it, and in fact, it was Obama's win that convinced me that we could win a majority because of failed policies that I think Harris will go back to. But it's definitely in play. We've got a number of races, a lot of judicial races, all the legislative races up. So it can't be taken for granted. That's why I think President Trump's coming back, and rightly so.
He is due to come back, I believe. He's bringing Senator Vance with him, his vice presidential running mate. What are some of the themes that the former president should be addressing when visiting your state? You know, there's certainly, I think there's the nationwide themes of economics, of border security. But, you know, how does he tailor that message to the people who also vote for you?
So I think if President Trump comes to North Carolina and focuses on the same national themes, but personalizes it and reminds the voters of North Carolina who continue to elect Republican majorities in the legislature of what happens when you do tax reform, when you reduce the tax burden on businesses and individuals, when you reduce the regulatory burden, when you unleash the power of free markets, then families benefit. If we focus on that theme, when he goes to a state like North Carolina, but then makes that same promise, and then we get back to deliver those promises in 2025, we win. What we can't do is be distracted. There are only 3 things that I believe are going to drive most voters in North Carolina. It's your strategy for the economy, your strategy for the border, and your strategy for national security. The candidate that communicates that strategy concisely and in a disciplined manner win North Carolina, and I believe that North Carolina is a microcosm of the United States. You win North Carolina by 1 or 2 points, and you're going to win this presidential election.
So let's talk about the vice president, Kamala Harris. Is she addressing any of these things, or what's her, what is your impression so far of her ability to address these things again to the people who vote for you in North Carolina?
I would tell the people of North Carolina that she's already, well, first, I served with Vice President Harris, then Senator Harris, and I served on the Judiciary Committee with her for 4 years. She was not a serious legislator. It is clear to me that from the time that she entered the Senate, she was there to run for president. Everything that she's done has been leading up to what she is living today. She's already demonstrated she doesn't understand what arbitrary price controls do. She's talking about now price controls on gouging, but I want to go back to the Inflation Reduction Act when they implemented price controls on prescription drugs. Now, they say they lowered prices. There's no evidence that they really have done that. Save maybe insulin, and there was a different way to actually accomplish that. But what they've done, and that what they're not willing to admit, is a more than 50% reduction in research and development for small molecule research, which is the most promising area of medicine for therapeutics and cures that there is. So she's gonna hand out candy that's gonna rot our economy's teeth. She doesn't understand that putting more regulations, more controls on the free market puts people like me who grew up in trailer parks further away from ever getting out of them.
And that, I think, is something that has begun to confuse a lot of people. At the same time that she's discussing these price controls, she's pushing ideas like a $6,000 expansion, or an expansion to $6,000 for the child tax credit. But this was something that after Senator Vance had already pushed as a $5,000 number, but something that I think Democrats have not necessarily been embracing over the past few cycles. So to whom is she actually talking? Because the expansion of the child tax credit certainly gets a lot of people excited. That's a lot of money to be saving on one's taxes.
Well, I think that we should always look at ways to reduce the tax burden on families, growing families. I completely agree with that. But one of the reasons why I opposed the measure that was before the Senate and successfully opposed it, I should say, the Wyden-Smith bill, wasn't because I disagree with Congressman Smith on the R&D credit and generally on child tax credits, but there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do it. I think it's absolutely reasonable to make sure that there are work requirements involved in child tax credits. Harris isn't doing that. What Harris is doing is saying, what sort of sound bites can I do to trick a fraction of a percentage of votes here and there and yonder so that I can win this election. She's making promises that she can't deliver, and if she does, it will be devastating for the future of hardworking Americans. This is not difficult to understand, but it is for her because she's never really legislated tough issues in the brief period of time that she was in the U.S. Senate. And we have to go back. It is difficult. I remember who said it, but those of us who believe we have to live within our means, we're handing out broccoli and she's handing out candy. What we have to get the American people to understand is we could have a debt-driven crisis over the next 5 to 8 years that would be devastating to working families, devastating to people who are just barely making ends meet and are already under the Bidenomics that she says is great stuff, are already paying about $1,000 more a month just to make ends meet. They're not getting ahead. They're just making ends meet.
I want to switch focus here for just a moment. We've certainly talked about the economic issues, but Senator, the world without a doubt is on fire. Soon to be former president, the current president rather, Joe Biden, brought up a lot of different things in his speech. I'm not sure if you were watching the Democratic National Convention, but I'd like to get some of your impressions on some of the things he was talking about with regard to, the fact that the world is not in balance right now.
No, the world's not in balance, and a part of it is the vacuum of leadership from Washington has brought some of the worst leaders in the world into a period of empowerment. If you take a look at the invasion of Ukraine, that doesn't happen on a Donald J. Trump watch. There's no doubt in my mind. If you see the incursion prompted by Iran of Hamas in Israel, I don't believe that happens under strong national security leadership. I don't believe that Russia and China, for the first time in history, would have ever done joint exercises, naval exercises in the Arctic under a leadership like Trump on national security. And all of those happened because of a mentality of Harris and a mentality of Biden of weakness is strength for some reason. But by not actually putting our foot down with people like Vladimir Putin, with the mullahs in Iran, with what we're seeing coming out of China, provocation in the South China Sea, now provocation in the Arctic. These things do not happen in an administration that is strong on projecting U.S. power.
And I also need to ask you about something that the president said on Monday night. It had to do with regard to Gaza and Israel and the protesters. In fact, I'm going to play you what the president said Monday night, and then I'd like to get your reactions. I think it's very pertinent, both, really also with regard to domestic matters. Here was the president Monday night.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
How do you react to that?
I completely disagree. There are no doubt with the sheer numbers, there are innocent people in a war zone being harmed. But let's keep in mind 1,300 people on October the 7th in the morning in their beds, in their homes, were murdered, raped, and kidnapped. In this week, we've had the remains of 6 more hostages returned to Israel. Hamas started this war. When those protesters say oust Hamas and stipulate that Iran has no future in leadership in the Middle East, then I'll take them seriously. But when you come to my house overnight and you leave thousands of leaflets saying Tillis supports genocide, and you do that in the middle of the night in some sort of creepy terrorist fashion, and you think I'm going to take you seriously, like you're really caring about the well-being of anybody, count me out.
But the president said that on Monday night. He did not mention the word or name Israel when even referring to the hostages.
Right. It's astounding to me that the most stabilizing influence in the Middle East is Israel. I saw a great communication about how Vice President Harris wishes that Fetterman would be a little bit more nuanced in his support for Israel. I think that that's garbage. There should be no equivocation, no nuance in terms of support for Israel and calling them out as a beacon of liberty in the Middle East that we should have categorical support for. Anything short of that is dangerous. It puts the Middle East at risk, and it puts American men and women serving in uniform at risk, and it's a failure of leadership on Biden's part, and Harris is rubber stamping it.
Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, thank you so much for being with us on the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Carmine's Eatery in Newtown Square is where modern American cuisine meets Mediterranean fare. Enjoy fresh spins on classic dishes, elevated Neapolitan pies, and an exciting beverage program to wash it all down with. With its sleek, spacious interior and relaxing vibe, Carmine's Eatery is your new and delicious escape. Whether fine dining, a big celebration, or just taking in a game at the bar. With $3 Miller Lite bottles or $5 Peroni drafts, Carmine's in Newtown Square has it all. Visit carmineseatery.com and enjoy responsibly.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. Former President Barack Obama encouraging delegates to support Vice President Kamala Harris for President Tuesday night at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. He praised President Biden for his service to the U.S. during his presidency.
History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
Donald Trump continuing his campaigning through battleground states Tuesday. He was in Michigan blasting the Biden-Harris campaign for rising crime.
Her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are all government numbers.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Name, image, and likeness has brought about some major changes to college athletics. On Tuesday, Oklahoma State football announced an innovative new idea for their NIL approach. The Cowboys will have QR codes on the back of their helmets this season that links to a donation page for the school's NIL fund. In a statement, head coach Mike Gundy said in part, quote, "This is a revolutionary step forward to help keep Oklahoma State football ahead of the game. It gives a chance for everyday fans across the world to have a real impact when it comes to supporting the NIL efforts for Cowboy football." That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Yeah, there's still, as of an update right now at 4:03 Eastern Time, 3:03 Central, still no proof of any horrible lies that have been told by Outkick from Mina Kimes. So I do want to get that in. And I wanted to add that just like Mina Kimes wanted to add in a post on X, I want to add I don't see myself as a victim at all after posting those messages from some anonymous people on social media. Says, I don't see myself as a victim at all. Weird shit comes with the job, and my job is an absolute dream. I get to talk about football with my friends on TV. Meanwhile, Clay will go back to sweatily peddling inflammatory bullshit for an audience who sends tweets like those. Because it's all he has. No one actually cares what he thinks about sports. All right, I got to go watch Bo Nix. That from Mina Kimes.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it, and Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Don't miss the final home weekend of the regular season when the Mets visit Philly on Friday, September 13th at 6:40, Saturday, September 14th at 4:05, and Sunday, September 15th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your Social Security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored, falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday morning, August 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. You can also get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. It is a Wednesday. It is a hump day. That means it's Tony Bruno Wednesday. Coming up at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy hump day.
Gregory.
I am tired of these conventions. Can we stop? They're so cringe. They're so, I just feel dumb sitting here in the wee hours of the morning watching these things, pulling clips. I hate it.
I feel filthy, like I need a shower
it's
after
just
watching
like, ooh, little Lil Jon comes out. All right, cool, man. Like, sweet. Let's have a DJ and pretend it's a nightclub. Awesome. That'll really help Gen Z, who can't afford an apartment. Sure. Lil Jon. Okay.
Would you have preferred Kid Rock?
I don't prefer any of them. I don't like Kid Rock. I don't like Lil Jon.
How about Elvis?
I think
change is coming. Haven't you heard?
Yeah.
You gotta have hope.
No, I'm done. I should have taken my vacation week this week.
Hope is making a comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, that was painful. Two things just right off the top here, and then we'll get to the news and the big take. But it's amazing, in politics, I actually think it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Like, Trump could come out today and say it's Wednesday, August 21st, and somebody would try to stir up drama. And then you've got Michelle Obama saying, we need to have hope and we need change. And I'm just looking back at the political calendar, or not necessarily the calendar, but who's been in office. 12 of the last 16 years, the White House has been under Democrat control. 12 of the last 16. 8 for Obama, 4 for Trump, and now almost 4 for Joe. And I'm like, you've had change.
I just don't need, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I just don't need a bunch of politicians whose sole job is to F up your life. Having a party. Let's have a party and show how cool we are. You're not cool. Oh, God, it's nauseating. Also, the worst was Phil Murphy, which we'll get to. I can't.
Dawn, I'm going to let you have your pound of flesh in that moment.
I can't with these guys. It's just like it, and it's been my entire adult life. It started in 1996 with the when they did the Macarena at the DNC convention. You see Hillary Clinton up there doing the Macarena, and I was like, oh God. Oh, this is...
I still remember how to do it.
And I decided that I was going to, this was going to be what I wanted to talk about for the rest of my life. Great. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
Stocker's making a mid-40s career change while having a midlife crisis.
Wow.
Yeah.
More of that coming up later today. Also, very interesting, did you note? Kamala Harris, 90 miles away in Wisconsin, which is fascinating. The Obamas, very much responsible for the switcheroo or the coup. Kamala is actually further away from the convention than Kayal and company is last night. Joe is bolted on day one. There's a lot of tensions within that party, a lot of backstabbing. Don't let them fool you. All right, but let's get to the news around number one at 6:04. Never going to fool you, just giving you the facts. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, she can.
Wait a minute. Can you fool us? Hold on a second. Are you implying this, Dawn?
Are you calling me a cheap trick?
Fooling you, cheap trick. I've got all the stuff on the board.
Oh my Lord.
My goodness. So we do have the developing story this morning, I know, on Allegheny Avenue in Philadelphia. Several people were walking their dogs, 2 different sets of people, and they ended up in some kind of an argument early this morning. Maybe they're crabby like Greg Stocker.
But Dawn, I know there's all kinds of crime happening, but Lil Jon was at the DNC convention last night, so everything's hunky-dory.
Turned down for what?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, that resulted in a shooting this morning, and police are on the scene investigating that one. We also have one person killed, another fighting for that person's life after a house explosion that happened in Lackawanna County here in Pennsylvania. Firefighters responding to Mount Cobb Road, and that happened yesterday afternoon. This huge house explosion in Jefferson Township. This is just east of Scranton. 75-year-old woman killed, another man fighting for his life. A huge fire and a huge response from all those responders in the area. But it literally blew this house. I mean, debris scattered in nearby yards. And so we don't have the cause of that. Happened yesterday afternoon. So they were looking for gas. Was it a source of something wrong with a gas tank? It's kind of a bizarre, deadly explosion.
If they're looking for gas, they should have came to my palatial estate last night. I had it was Taco Tuesday. They would have had more than they could handle.
Guys, we have to bring up the level of decorum on the show.
You're right.
Because Thomas Thomas, the emailer, does not like our Beavis and Butthead high school
right.
hijinks.
All right, well, maybe the big take will get them, or maybe some more news.
Yeah. So it was Taco Tuesday night.
It was. Yeah, it had a quality pico de gallo mixed in. It was good. Yeah.
That sounds yummy.
It was good. It was delicious.
Well, speaking of good times with the family, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, we have two parents in Bucks. They were sentenced to 8 to 16 years behind bars after their 7 children were found living in horrible, deplorable condition. The children, you may recall the story, they ranged in ages from 16 to just 4 years old. The kids, just horrible positions. It was Green Top Trailer Park in West Rock Hill Township, Pennsylvania. This one making headlines internationally at the time. The scene was horrific. But the officers said when they arrived there, they found 2 of the children belonging to 48-year-old Shane Robertson and 38-year-old Crystal, his wife. The children telling authorities that they lived in one trailer and then the parents apparently lived in another trailer. I guess they had just one blanket to share, which the children used to not only keep the children warm, but also their rats.
Yeah,
pet rats. Remember this story?
Yes, you reported on this show, correct? I mean,
Yes.
this is something that's happened within the last 2 years.
Yeah, it happened the spring of 2023.
Yep. Okay. I do
Remember
recall-
this?
Yes, I do.
So this is the follow-up. So the children were all taken, and they've been in Bucks County Children and Youth Services, and they had never been to school, ages 4 to 16, had never been to school in their lives, and had never been to a dentist, didn't even have a toothbrush. It was really a horrible, just an unthinkable situation in America.
How do you have children as old as 16 years old that have never attended school that goes under the radar from the authorities, right?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
that sounds very odd.
That's very true. This is true. But the parents, at the end of the day, early this year, pleaded guilty to 7 felony counts of child endangerment, 6 summary counts of animal neglect, because let us not forget all the pet lizards and rats and whatnot. So in that one, though, they had pleaded guilty and they were sentenced. They are going to prison. The kids have been placed in foster care.
Okay.
So they were receiving, the update is for the kids, they receive medical care and they, are living with loving families, according to authorities. Very sad story.
Mm-hmm.
We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live this morning, as I say, our Wednesday morning edition by Macy's as we talk about back to school at Macy's. It's all about fresh starts, new looks, save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, much more that will hold you up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you're going to find all the top quality brands you love. Shop Macy's. Make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back-to-school today. Well, hopefully our Phillies are back to winning tomorrow. Phil's
So bad.
kicking off the series in Atlanta with the Braves 3-0. We lost.
That's such a low-energy stadium. I watched about 4 innings of that game last night.
It was 3-1, wasn't it?
Yeah, they lost.
Oh, 3-1, excuse me.
Yeah, I was watching it. It was zip, and then I think it was 1-1. And I'm just looking there. They're showing the crowd. It's such a low energy. Like, Atlanta's still in this thing. I mean, you would have thought it was like a team that was 20 games below 500 in the middle of May. What a low-energy Jeb Bush stadium.
Oh, you stop.
It's awful. I got a bad feeling they're going to get swept.
Don't really? Why would you say that?
They got to go
That
up
is
against.
so pessimistic.
They've got to go up against Max Fried. Now, luckily they missed Chris Sale this time around through the 3-game series because Chris Sale's been good. But yeah, I'm not getting good vibes about it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, good vibes. The Middle Thoroughfare Bridge reopened. Remember we talked about the bridge?
In Cape May.
It was like stuck. Yes, in Cape May was the only escape plan. Sort of like that. It reminds you of that commercial where they say, like with Viagra, the little blue pill, and. So in any event, they figured it out, and
it was a driver shaft issue.
Stop. We're gonna get this. You're gonna really get me in trouble.
I know.
6-11.
I know.
It's a sad day when I got to bring this thing back together.
See, and New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, as expected, did resign from the Senate after his bribery convictions, and we have a beautiful day in store. I mean, right now, look at the forecast. Right now, we're only Are we even at 60 degrees? We're 58 degrees right now.
Now, well, according to the
fall.
Kayal and Company YouTube Doppler, we're at 59.4 degrees.
59.4.
Here
Look at
goes-
that.
That's
Look
right.
at that.
Here goes Nick with
If you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see 6:11 a.m. 59.4 degrees.
I said this yesterday with our new graphics. I've never seen of a temperature with a decimal point. Like that's got to be. Is that a new thing, or am I just oblivious as usual?
You're just oblivious as usual. By the way, Nick and I are both wearing sweatshirts this morning.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I had that same exact one pulled out last night because I looked at the hour by hour. It was supposed to be 50 degrees at 4 a.m. And then I woke up this morning and it was almost 60. And I'm like, I'm going to go a little thinner on the hoodie.
Yeah.
I'm glad I did because you and I would have the same.
Yeah, we would have been those girls who
And I know
show up
that-
in the same dress.
Yeah, that really bothers you. I know that.
Buddy loves it. I couldn't get him back in this morning. It's like, oh, it's great out here.
Yeah.
But don't get used to it. We'll be heating back up. So just a little taste of fall in the air. Mid-70s again today, and just a beautiful week weather-wise. This is the first edition of Kayal and Company News Live, 6 a.m. edition. Again, we were sponsored by Macy's today.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:12 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Deep dish hypocrisy. Day 2 of the DNC in Chicago is come and gone. The theme for the second night was branded as a bold vision for America's future. But prior to the festivities getting underway in prime time, there was multiple themes running amok in the Windy City, such as 3 layers to the fencing, security and borders for me, but not for thee, and a doubling down by a Democrat when it pertains to abortion rights and rape, plus more lies building up for Tim Walz, perhaps the biggest fraud we've seen in quite some time, and even a bombshell from the RFK Jr. campaign. All of this before the Obamas were slated to speak late on Tuesday night. And let's comb through this and pick it apart piece by piece. First and foremost, the dark cloud lingering over the convention and the party, that being the pro-Palestinian protesters. Democrats have left the southern border wide open for illegals to enter, but when it pertains to their public and private security, they damn sure cover all their bases, don't they? After Monday's fence getting knocked down, they decided to add yet another layer of protection. Here is CNN detailing the 3 layers of security. Listen and watch.
And a half away from where the breach happened, Kate, and what you can see is down the street here, they're adding an extra layer of fencing. So now, instead of 2 layers of fence, there is 3 layers. And this is, just an example of the way that law enforcement is trying to fortify this area after the breach. And a couple other things that we're seeing, the fence that's different this morning is these bolts here that are securing these in place. And then in addition, this extra layer here, Kate, it stopped at the top of this panel, and then what we saw this morning is this extra panel going up. And what protesters were able to do, Kate, is they sort of got together and they came from the bottom.
But just because you build it, that doesn't guarantee that they still won't come. Here were protesters who got inside of the DNC on day 2 and had to be physically escorted off of the convention floor. Listen and watch this.
Stop killing women in Gaza! Stop killing women in Gaza! Gaza is a feminist!
Next, we move to the mounting lies of Tim Walz. This poser is the ultimate political hack. He has now lied about the following. He is not an Afghanistan war veteran. He was never a command sergeant major. He never carried weapons into war. And now found out he's lying about his hearing during a DUI stop. And then yesterday, now creating his children via IVF. The New York Times reporting the following. Walz's family fertility journey ran not through IVF, but another common treatment. Unlike in vitro fertilization, the procedure used by the Walzes does not involve freezing embryos, so it has not been targeted by anti-abortion leaders. That headline from the New York Times. Here has been Walz in the past on MSNBC a while back, selling his lie. Listen and watch.
Today's IVF day. Thank God for IVF. My wife and I have 2 beautiful children. He thinks he needs to dictate that, and I've been saying this. The golden rule that makes small towns work so we're not at each other's throats all the time in a little town is mind your own damn business. I don't need him to tell me about my family. I don't need to tell him about my wife's health care and her reproductive rights. I don't need him telling my children what books they can read. He's fired to do that with whatever he wants, but I'm not interested in it. And I think rural America is, they are angry.
Mind your own damn business. That is the direct quote from Tim Walz, correct? Aren't you the same guy who created the COVID snitch hotlines for neighbors to tattletale on those who didn't adhere to COVID-19 pandemic mandates? But I thought you said mind your own damn business. CNN also crushing Walz for being a liar with the headline that reads, Gwen Walz, his wife, receives and reveals that she underwent a different treatment, not IVF, in new details about fertility struggles. Here are additional receipts of Walz's lies about IVF that occurred right here in Philadelphia at the Leah Cora Center at Temple University. Listen and watch this.
Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope.
Common theme last night, right? Hope.
When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own health care decisions.
Personally, I don't care one way or the other what he and his wife do behind closed doors. All I know is this guy lies repeatedly, and he's been on the national scene for all of 4 weeks, and there's already 4 or 5 massive lies about this guy's life. But let me get to the next order of business. Andy Beshear, Democrat governor of Kentucky, and what he was saying in regards to abortion and J.D. Vance. Beshear was on MSNBC talking about pregnancy due to rape with Mika on Morning Joe. Listen and watch this.
I mean, think about what some people have had to go through because of these laws. I mean, J.D. Vance calls pregnancy resulting from rape inconvenient. Like, inconvenience is traffic. I mean, make him go through this.
Now, we knew reproductive rights would take center stage for the Democrats, so I'm not surprised by this topic coming up in the early hours of day number 2 at the DNC. Now, full disclosure, if I'm being fair, that clip went viral, which is all of 16 seconds, which led to Republicans throwing a fit of rage on social media. Now, in the interest of fairness, let me, and this will anger my audience, but I don't care, I give it to you straight, let me play the full context, and let's see if the outrage has merit. Here's the extended version of that interview. Listen and watch this.
What you said this morning on Morning Joe, okay? I'm going to just prepare you for this, saying that well, let me take a look at what he said about you.
J.D. Vance calls pregnancy resulting from rape inconvenient. Like, inconvenience is traffic. I mean, make him go through this.
So what he's saying is that you were somehow suggesting, he said, what the hell is this? Why is Andy Beshear, he tweeted this out, wishing that a member of my family would get raped? What a disgusting person. So how do you respond to that? I mean,
well,
is that what you were talking about?
Of course not. It's ridiculous, but it's also deflection. I mean, J.D. Vance knows that he and Donald Trump are so wrong on this issue, and so he's trying to make himself the victim. Listen, Hadley Duvall was a victim. The women that were on the stage last night, the couple that had to go through a non-viable pregnancy are victims. You know, as a man, J.D. Vance will never have to face any of this personally. But it's sad that he lacks the empathy to be able to put himself in a different position and to understand why having exceptions, having reproductive freedom is so important in the first place. Obviously, I'd never wish harm on anyone. And it just, again, deflection, trying to make himself and Donald Trump the victims.
So if you see the full clip, which is about 1 minute and 29 seconds, you can go back and watch the entirety of the original interview on MSNBC's Morning Joe. That was a follow-up later in the morning around 11:30 where J.D. Vance had come out on social media and said, what the hell is this? Why is Andy Beshear wishing that a member of my family would get raped? What a disgusting person. Of course, that got back to Beshear, and then he jumped on MSNBC again about 4 hours later on that show to clarify what exactly he was talking about. But the reality is this, the gloves are coming off. It's starting to get ugly. And look, it's politics. That's great. And it's great for this business. And it's going to be that way down the stretch again in September when Trump and Kamala debate on September 10th, when Vance and Walz square off on October 1st in their debate. If I was actually J.D. Vance, I would be like, don't worry about Andy Beshear. Focus on Tim Walz. Focus on Kamala Harris. The hell with a blue governor from a red state. But this is the one policy that Democrats can run on and win on. The facts don't lie. Finally, in the nightcap, let's get to the main event as Obama descended from the Democrat heavens to grace America with his presence as he pushes for what I believe would be a fourth and maybe even a fifth Obama term. Listen and watch this clip.
The people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question.
You know, it's weird, Barack. I'm actually losing sleep over it because my kid's future looked a hell of a lot brighter under Trump than it has under Joe and Kamala, and certainly under Kamala and Tim Walz. If her first set of policies are any indication, I think a lot of us are screwed because she's running on a communist agenda. She wants to tax capital gains at an unbelievable rate. Have you been reading and paying attention to some of her other visions for corporate America from a tax perspective? We're all going to be broke. But let's end on a positive note, shall we? What about this swerve from Shanahan? I'm referring to RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan. You know, as Bobby's campaign flames out, could they join forces with Donald Trump to block the Harris-Walz future? I sure hope. Listen and watch this clip.
You know, there's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walz presidency because we draw votes from Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump and you know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision.
If they stayed in the race, they would need 5% of the vote to receive $13 million in funding for the future of their party. I'm not sure they get there. The reality is this: despite 71% of Americans saying they want a viable third party with a chance of winning, it's not going to be Bobby. So they need to realize it's not happening this year, and it won't happen again in 2028 either under RFK Jr. And Trump supporters should be clamoring for this. First, you've got the Elon Musk endorsement. He's not a conservative. Secondly, Tulsi Gabbard on board for Veep debate prep, former Democrat. Third, Bobby Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan. A little bit of sway from Kennedy could tilt the election in Trump's favor. Nicole Shanahan, big tech, West Coast, lots of money. Not your mommy and daddy's GOP. And that's how you expand your base. That is how you grow your party. Now, I doubt it happens, but it's possible. And Trump seems certainly open to welcoming in RFK Jr. Halfway home, and the DNC is causing quite a stir. And you knew it would. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, in the YouTube chat. And, of course, your voicemails. A lot to get to, from the Obamas to RFK Jr. to the battle between Vance and Bashir over female reproductive rights. A lot to pick apart and comb through as we continue. Live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Trust me, I have it. It's worth it for any degenerate gambler. You can watch multiple games at once. They have a multi-screen view that you can do for YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after a free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What?
Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half.
I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.634, it is Kayal and Company in the middle of the week as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet just over an hour from now. Tony Bruno about 2 hours from now. Day 2 in the books as we break down what transpired throughout the day yesterday and into the late hours last night. Today will be day number 3. Tim Walz will speak. And then, of course, tomorrow, the finale, Kamala Harris will speak. A lot to unpack there. And I know, Dawn, some of this was occurring in the early hours of your show and obviously continued into the late hours of last night. But from the protesters to Walz's lies to Vance v. Bashir to the Obamas speaking to RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan, I'll give you your first crack. You pick what you would like to delve into and what stood out to you the most yesterday on day number 2.
Well, I think that Michelle Obama was incredible. Look, the Obamas, you may not like their policies, but if you were attending, let's say, an inspiration seminar, let's just say, they are incredible public speakers. They are incredible orators. She could not keep them quiet. When she started, I thought to myself, she's worried because the day before they apparently didn't account for all the cheering and applause breaks, and she was right on time. I mean, she right at 10 o'clock, boom, she got Barack on. So she was multiple times, I mean, standing ovations. The crowd went wild for her.
She is what they had envisioned
She's their
and
rock
hoped
star.
Kamala Harris would be, that Kamala
Yes.
never became.
You're exactly right. And so the Obamas are a brand you know, right? Trump is a brand you know. The Obamas are a brand you know if we're thinking in the brain of like a Greg Stocker brand manager. But as Americans, you know, during tough times, what do we crave? We crave the things that we know, the good old mac and cheese, Campbell's soup. If you look I was looking at the stock market and CNBC and some of those Market Watch, you know, money sites yesterday, and just looking at what people crave during tough economic times or unsure times, unsettled times. And so Kamala Harris is a brand that nobody really knows her. But for the Obamas last night, wow. Now, Doug Emhoff, he spoke earlier, and he was self-deprecating, said that their 10th anniversary is this Thursday. And I thought that his speech was full of warmth. He really humanized his wife, Kamala Harris, and with his family and his kids. And I don't say this in a mean way. I understand in his first marriage, now they've come out and said that they were having some tough times. I can see why the nanny fell in love with him. Because remember, he fooled around with the nanny and she became pregnant, and then she did not have she ended the pregnancy.
Yeah, he's no darling.
But he's a really
But they tell
smooth
good stories.
talker.
That's the thing, as I've been saying, and this is why I like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is a good storyteller, right? Democrats are good at making you feel warm and wholesome.
Yeah.
You know, it's that grilled cheese with the tomato soup on a cold winter day where you dip it in and you're watching your program and you got your clicker and you just Now, if you sift through the emotions and actually keep your brain on and your logic functioning, you'll realize they're selling you a bill of goods, but they are a good storyteller to those that are willing to be gullible enough to buy the story.
So, but Doug Emhoff did himself well. It was a great speech. It was self-deprecating, all of that. But I couldn't help but think of the nanny story. And so that kind of countered.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I think he's that guy that women know who's a really like a sweet talker. And I know that his ex said they were going, whatever. I'm just saying that he was a wonderful speaker.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama, she was fantastic. She was inspirational. She was funny. She was smart alecky when she said something about Trump and maybe he doesn't realize he's going to go for one of those black jobs. I mean, she got some great laughs. She had some mic drop moments. But she also was heartfelt that, you know, her mom, who everybody knew, obviously, who lived in the White House, helped raise their girls. Her mom just passed away this summer. And so she and former President Obama were and are grieving that. And so there were just moments about family and about grandparents, and they both are incredible speakers. Yeah. Truly, they're wonderful speakers. For Obama, he was, I think, much more thoughtful and has maybe a more zen personality than I've seen some people I saw afterwards and online. They were saying, oh, Obama was Obama. No, I think he's a little older, a little wiser.
A little grayer.
But they got all their zingers in against Trump and the current administration.
Yeah.
And I would simply say that, to give those kinds of speeches, particularly when you're talking about hope and change, but you as Democrats, your party, this is your vice president who became president.
Yep.
Wow. What that's, to me, afterwards, I was like, these are some great speakers because you forgot for like a nanosecond. Oh, wait a minute. This is Barack Obama's vice president. They've been in control nearly 4 years. And the biggest one that is in my craw, they keep talking about the fact that, Congress, had the best legislation. They all kept saying to secure the border and the Well, 3 years into the Biden administration, they did come up with bipartisan type, style of, trying to deal with the issue.
Right.
After, 10 plus a minimum 10 million people flooded over the border.
Sure.
And then on top of it, honest to gosh, if you look at all of the different Congress members, not everybody was crazy about that. So they want to blame that Trump hauled every congressperson and said, well, because of politics, we don't want them to get anything done. You have to counter that with saying that didn't happen on day one when you got in, Joe Biden. Of
course not.
That happened 3+ years after you created a disaster.
And allowed 15 million people to get in, and then the whole bit, with voting and, the whole great replacement theory, which I happen to subscribe to because it's happening under your eyes right now.
Yeah.
So those were some of the things. Stalker, were you ready to jump in? I thought maybe you had something.
No, I'm just trying because all I'm hearing this morning is praise from everybody, on right and left about Michelle Obama's speech. So, of course, the flamethrower in me wants to come up with something counter to say, to play devil's advocate. I don't know. Like, it just seemed to me like it's a lot of platitudes and a lot of like sweet, nice talk and like this hope and change and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's hard to reconcile the hope and change for a family that has literally been in control for a decade.
That's the thing that's so unbelievable about this. And we talk about them painting Kamala as this newcomer that nobody knows. And yes, certainly there are plenty of people that have their head in the sand and they don't know hardly anything, if anything, about Kamala Harris. But they're making it almost sound like they're running against the Republican who's the incumbent. Like, the Biden and Harris administration is in office right now. But they've kind of positioned this that we need change, we need hope, which is why I gave you the numbers of 12 of the last 16 years, a Dem has been at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
That's why I don't understand this campaign that they're going for, the hope and change thing. Like, you've literally been in office for 4 years.
Yes.
You're changing your own policies, right. And she's not distancing herself from any of those policies.
No, she's even going further left.
Yeah,
forget a double down; it's a triple down.
Yeah, I don't see that as like. I guess a lot of the American people are stupid, so they see that and go, oh yes, hope and change. You know what I mean? But I mean, look, Donna's right. The Obamas are great speakers, but. And I think too, as time goes on, kind of like a lot of people have changed. A lot of people on the left, have changed their opinions on George W. Bush. I think a lot of people on the right will change their opinions on Obama, but they're not there yet. So I don't know.
I don't know, Greg. I think that he will always be that iconic. He does have the it factor. They both do. The whole family does, and so I think they're that legacy American family. I think they'll always be rock stars, and I also think I can. Here's the thing with conservatives: we actually can like somebody, right? I like the Obamas. They seem like very nice people. They're inspirational people.
You are very fair when it comes to at least the fact that you say the Obamas are great speakers. You said the same thing for about 2 weeks about Josh Shapiro. And I know you take flack for that on social media for saying that Josh Shapiro is a smooth customer, a cool cucumber, the whole bit. But, from a presentation standpoint, again, you have to separate policy and the fact that you would never vote for the guy, but the way they project to the entry-level consumer.
Which is most people.
Most people.
Yes.
Right.
That's the problem. You hit the nail right on the head there, is that they talk to people in a very entry-level mindset. And that mindset works for a bunch of people who do not follow politics the way we do or the way listeners of this show do. And we know that that's the majority of the people. That's the majority of voters.
Right, Greg. But the difference is with all of it. So you can feel inspired. You can say, oh, if you're a Democrat, let's say, and you say, oh, gosh, it was nice to see the Obamas. And that was so hopeful. And some of his messages talking about, hey, we all have a grandparent or an elderly uncle or somebody who says something you kind of cringe, but give them a minute, in these fast changing times. Like he talked about tolerance and patience and reaching out to people and all of that. But at the end of the day, you still have to run back to the grocery store today. You still have to fill up your tank. And so as much as to your points about this week, I think, the Obamas to me, and Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, they were the highlight.
Well,
and now everything goes downhill because reality sets in. And by the way, they're the known rock stars. The people coming up now, nobody knows Tim Walz.
That's correct.
Nobody really knows Kamala.
Right.
The Obamas have the same thing that Trump does, where they're able to, even though we know they're not struggling on their house in Martha's Vineyard, they're not worried about the price of anything, just like Trump's not worried about the price of anything. But they're able to
excuse me.
But they're able to relate to the average person. You know what I mean? Like the Obamas have that, and Trump has that.
Yeah.
Where you can almost feel like the Obamas or Trump are like, yeah, maybe they are worried about the price of bread. They're not.
Well, Trump always talks about the price of bacon.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So like with Kamala and Biden, you just don't feel like, especially Biden, who's been a lifelong politician, you just don't feel like he has that George H.W. Bush thing where he's kind of like looking at his watch and, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the cost of a gallon of milk is.
Yeah.
You kind of think that with Obama and with Trump.
Yeah. So the other thing I want to get to as we wrap up the first hour here is I thought of all the things that unfolded yesterday, the Nicole Shanahan comments on a podcast were very interesting. Now, gun to my head, if I had to place a wager that mattered, I don't think that Bobby and Trump will be on the same page. But, man, I would love to see it. Because if you think, let's just, forget it. We've seen polls, Kamala's up 1 or 2 or 3. Now the betting market, Trump's actually up 5, which is really fascinating. I've never seen somebody host a convention and go from favorite to underdog while their week was going on. But that's playing out in the betting market. But if this is a coin flip, and let's just agree for a moment that this is literally a 50-50 election right now, Bobby Kennedy, even though he has flamed out, could certainly impact this election. And I think if he endorsed Trump and joined Trump's team now, that it could help Trump get to the finish line. And I say that because, first of all, I gave you the Shanahan clip in the big take. But I want to read Bobby Kennedy's tweet from yesterday. He says, "As always, I am willing to talk with leaders of any political party to further the goals that I have served for 40 years in my career and in this campaign." And there are 3 of them in here that either fit the Trump mantra or that will appeal to conservatives and listeners of this station. They are reversing the chronic disease epidemic. Doesn't really do much for the point I'm trying to make. Number 2, ending the war machine. Trump is anti-war. Trump had peace and prosperity. That sticks out. Cleaning corporate influence out of government and toxic pollution out of the environment. I'm going to skip over that. Protecting freedom of speech. What's the mantra of this station? Free speech lives here. And ending the politicization of enforcement agencies. The weaponized DOJ. So you have 3 things that Trump is either directly connected to or the MAGA base loves and has also had to endure during the last 4 years, specifically with restrictions on the First Amendment and freedom of speech. So I think Kennedy would actually help Trump. I hope they can work something out if Kennedy decides to drop out and he and Nicole Shanahan read the writing on the wall that basically nobody's really interested in what they're selling. And Trump was asked about it, and he said, quote, "Certainly I'd be open to RFK Jr. playing a role in my administration." Yesterday he said, quote, "I like him. I respect him. He's a brilliant guy." Trump said he would, quote, "love that endorsement because I have, quote, always liked Kennedy." Trump said he probably would find a role in his administration if he wins in November. Quote, "I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would. If something like that would happen, he's a very different kind of guy, a very smart guy. And yeah, I would be honored by that endorsement, certainly. I like smart people and Republicans like me," Trump said. I mean, to me, Dawn, this is one of those things. Tulsi Gabbard, if you can help, great. Elon Musk, if your endorsement means 1 vote, great. Bobby Kennedy, if you can help me, great. We'll get to Nikki Haley in a little bit. Nikki Haley, if you can help, great. The more the merrier, because it is not a even fight. It is a lopsided fight, and you need as many allies as possible. I think Kennedy and Shanahan could deliver that.
Well, and I think Shanahan's interesting because, remember, he chose her, but she also donated a ton of money.
Yep.
So she's worth $1 billion. She's only 38 years young. Her mom was a Chinese immigrant, and she, at the end of the day, and married dad, grew up in California, but She's somebody who went to Stanford Law, created a patent, married the Google co-founder. I know they divorced, a few years back, but she in her own right, I think, was wealthy and, like I say, Stanford level attorney and is a smart cookie. And so I think the fact that she in that podcast indicated that she likes Trump.
Yep.
And that she, not for nothing, but one of the reasons RFK Jr. chose her is because, she's worth $1 billion.
Why do you think I married my wife? Actually, she's worth $38,000, but love is love. I can't be bought, damn it.
That's awesome. I am fascinated. I'm glad that you were able to weave that, into your big take this morning because, man, if they could get RFK Jr. there, I think Jill Stein was still, she's still like a factor though, right?
Let's be honest, because the Kennedys are scumbags. That he goes to the highest bidder. So he would sell out in a second and join the Harris campaign if they would have him. But they won't have him.
He's pimping his services for the highest bidder.
So the only reason she brought up Trump is because Trump has entertained the idea of bringing him on board for stuff.
But Trump has to be very careful about trusting that weasel.
Exactly.
Remember, he's the same guy that recorded that video with his son the night Trump got shot and then leaked it out.
Never trust a Kennedy.
Never.
Can I tell you something? That the Joe Rogan influence is maybe the cause of this. I'm not sure, but my youngest son, who's 17, who's gonna be 18 in time to vote, first time voting, he really likes RFK Jr. So do his friends.
I have people in my family. I have neighbors that all like RFK Jr. So it's not. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is an appeal to
your point. Yeah, my wife's crazy uncle, who I've told you many times, is Bernie Sanders meets Alex Jones. Yep. He voted Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. He was on the RFK Jr. bandwagon a year ago, but he's now pivoted slightly back towards Trump because he knows RFK Jr. likely has no shot.
I just don't see him. I honestly don't see him being on the ballot.
No, I don't either. Time's running out. He's cooked.
But you mentioned Bernie Sanders, and isn't it funny that Bernie, think of Bernie and how cray-cray they projected him, even, remember, at the DNC here in Philadelphia before the 2016 election. And now Bernie, because of Kamala and the Democrat Party has kind of been hijacked by the left wing, Bernie sort of looks like, not that crazy anymore. Well, do you know what I mean? Because they've moved what's the football, the goalposts. And so everything's moved. Yeah. And so now all of a sudden, Bernie, you used to seem like that far, far, far left wing crazy guy, almost seems like, wow, he's like more normal because I think Kamala is left of him.
Yeah. Kamala's left of the Pacific Ocean. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we have to get to the Haley voters for Harris, a very interesting story from The Guardian. I don't understand these people. I can't wrap my head around how you can go from one to the other.
They quote somebody from Bucks County in there.
They do, and we will get to that coming up in hour number 2. On top of that, we also have to get to the food industry clapping back at Kamala. How dare you say we are price gouging, lady?
Such a great story.
Hour number 2 is next.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Drive into summer with a new Honda. Make an impression with the unmistakable style of the HR-V or turn heads in the sporty Civic. From Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2025 HR-V or at 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic.
Visit a Piazza Honda dealer near you or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
An excessive heat warning is in effect. Is your AC system struggling to keep your home cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your unit, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning. Your local York certified comfort experts can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:01. Live on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Oh, yeah. Little scandal. Love a good scandal. Love a good warrior. What a great song. Let's just let this play for the next 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Bang, bang. Yeah, baby. Feel like I'm on WOGL right now. Another commercial rock block coming up.
Woo! Beautiful sunrise this morning.
Oh, dude.
Love this weather.
And it's actually dipped. It's now 57.9 degrees, according to the Kayal and Company Doppler. Look at that. 57.9. I don't know what that is.
I am cracking. You crack me up. You love this.
It really bothers me seeing that. It's going to be stuck in my craw for a long time.
And I want to see how accurate it is too, because I want to have my own. I have my own thing up here. Hang on.
Oh, you have your own thing.
You have your own thing.
I have my own thing, baby.
Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
His own thing up.
These guys are playing with their gadgets.
So according to my phone, it's 56 degrees.
56.
Yeah. What does it say there?
57.9.
Okay. All right.
What's the margin of error on weather?
That's John Bolaris.
That's correct.
Woo!
Wow. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet comes up 7:45. The Never Nikki, well, I shouldn't say the Never Nikki, the Haley voters for Harris. We'll get to that story. Very interesting story, courtesy of The Guardian, with some quotes and comments from people in swing states, including Pennsylvania, specifically in Bucks County. Also, the food industry in the Wall Street Journal goes after Kamala Harris for her reckless allegations of price gouging. And then also we have to get to what the Democrats are trying to pull off with social media influencers, which is fascinating because I think they do more with social media, yet when you compare Trump and Kamala's social media accounts side by side, it's actually a blowout, and it's not close. We'll give you those details coming up shortly. But before that, let's get to some news. 7:03, she is a warrior.
Yeah, baby.
She is. Dawn Stensland.
Yes, she can.
Yeah.
That's
boy.
the new motto that we're
no.
going to hear. We're going to be heaaring more and more.
Yeah.
Dawn's full of hope.
She can. Hope and change.
Yes.
They didn't say the change word because they can't.
Right.
Hope and change. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live this hump day, August 21st, sponsored by Macy's because, it's back to school. Headlines this morning in Philadelphia. First of all, it's feeling like fall, waking up to mid-50s this morning, and now we're closing in on 57-ish degrees, in for some beautiful weather that there is a change in the forecast. We'll have that. The headline this morning in the city of Philadelphia, 6 people injured, 2 teenagers included in that number in 3 separate overnight shootings, and that in North Philadelphia. So that's a story that we wake up to this morning, that we give the headlines usually at 6 and 7 a.m. to think about what people are waking up after that message at the DNC, all about hope and love and change. But I will tell you, if you look at the headlines and you look at what's happening here with the economy or with our crime in our city, not too much has really changed.
It's amazing. We wake up and hear these headlines from you at 6:05 and 7:05, and I feel not only for those victims and those families, but those officers that are wrapping up that third shift, so to speak, where, all the chaos breaks out and they're just getting ready to go to bed. As we're absorbing the news, they were living it for the last 8, 10, 12 hours, whatever it might be.
That's a great point.
Yep.
We also have the latest on these individuals walking their dogs early this morning. Now we know from police that 2 people have been charged. This is in South Philadelphia after a shootout that injured a 72-year-old lady and killed one of the dogs that was being walked. So we're hearing now that Salvatore Bronco and Rhett Mazza, they are the individuals identified by Philadelphia police, charged for their participation in this shootout that actually injured a 72-year-old woman and killed a dog. That happened just early this morning. And so we're learning about these 2 men. They're arrested and charged. 72-year-old woman is recovering. The 2 men charged, 27 and 37, charged with aggravated assault, violation of the Uniform Firearms Act, possession of an instrument of crime. So I'm from the level of the charges here. It looks like there are some gun charges because they they did not have these firearms legally.
So these are 27 and 37-year-olds with victims in the 70s. Were these attempted robberies, purse snatchings? What do we know what the actual crime was? Because I would imagine that these people probably don't know each other, would be my guess.
Yeah, it looks like it appears that they don't know each other at all. There is some surveillance imagery that caught part of this as they were. It looks like Bronco and Mazza, the two guys. It looks like perhaps I don't know. I don't know if this was an attempted robbery of the 72-year-old lady.
No. And the lady was the 72-year-old was the one walking the dog?
Yes, she's the one. She survived the shooting, but her dog was killed.
No.
And so was her dog trying to protect her.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I answer your questions with questions because
they
don't
give us any information.
Because and in truth they're still investigating this one.
Right.
But it would appear that they were targeting the 72-year-old lady, and that she suffered a stomach wound, one of the wounds that she suffered. But her dog, they shot her dog right in the head and killed her dog.
Ugh.
And I don't have what kind of dog she had either. But 72-year-old. I mean, this is, and a lot of times the thing I'll say, because I do live in the city of Philadelphia. The truth is, if you're walking your dog, even at 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe it's a false sense of security, but I will say, I feel like, well, nobody's going to bother me with a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for this lady, she probably felt that.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know?
Oh, absolutely.
So we have that going on. A disturbing story also in New Jersey, and these two guys have been charged criminally with attempted murder. What did they do? They're accused of throwing acid on this woman. These two men and a woman, by the way, they finally caught up with them in Florida after officials say that these three attempted to murder a New Jersey woman when their plot failed. But Betty Jo Lane, Jamar McNeil, and William DiBernardino, they're all charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder among all of these other charges. They're accused of targeting this Monroe Township woman, and they say that the 42-year-old resident returned home from work, parked in her driveway, opens her car door. She's approached by an unknown woman who throws a cup of this liquid directly at her, into her face.
It's deranged.
You know what we should do?
Yeah.
We should take these suspects, and once they're found guilty, hang them up on like a metal chain over a big pool of acid and slowly drop them in by their toes and then up to the waist.
Be awesome.
And just dissolve the body.
Can you imagine, though, that they drove all the way from Florida to South Jersey to throw acid at somebody?
Well, the biggest issue is they left Florida for South Jersey.
And they hired, or this person allegedly, I guess we have to say allegedly, hired these two to do this?
Yes. So
I wonder what the cost of that is. And where do you do you go on Craigslist? Like, how do you find
this? Is that
this?
on the Facebook Marketplace?
Need to throw acid at my ex-girlfriend.
We'll give you 10 grand.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line is 49-year-old, the 49-year-old identified, his last name is Bernardino of Boynton Beach, Florida. He's accused of, because he had she broke up with him.
Of course.
Okay, it's an ex. So he hires these two, allegedly, and I don't know, this is the way you want to take somebody out, but this poor lady suffered major burns. She had to be life-flighted, burns all over her body with this acid.
And
you know how painful that would be?
No,
Oh my gosh.
I scream when I spill hot coffee.
Do you carry the acid with you from Florida to South Jersey? Do you stop at rest stops and get a Slurpee, get out?
Do you
and
stock it in your Stanley?
Stretch your legs. maybe get a Slim Jim.
And don't you wish? I hate to say it, but don't you wish they had it and then like in whatever can or whatever, and that because it's a highly caustic like battery acid type of a thing. So what if they spilled it?
Yeah.
Or,
I'm more curious about the drive from Florida to South Jersey and how what's the small talk that goes on?
Yeah, what's
in that
the
car?
mindset of those individuals?
So, lovely day out today. Do you have that acid that we're going to throw at that lady? Yeah. It's in the back. Don't worry.
I think we can get the Phillies Marlins here on the radio.
Oh, my God. But as far as the 42-year-old victim who All her crime, I guess, is she broke up with. No wonder she broke up with the guy, right? Yeah. So she is still hospitalized. They had to life flight her to a burn center. She suffered over 35% of her body. She's suffering these horrifying burns, and this was obviously life threatening.
Yep.
So just think of how your mindset if you wanted to take somebody out by acid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty diabolical
Oh my
plot.
It
God.
really is.
Yeah.
Holy Moses.
You thought Democrats were diabolical.
Stop. Nick brings it back.
Do they stop at a Motel 6? So, you
have to leave the light on then, too.
It's been a long day. And then if they stop at the Motel 6, do they leave the acid in the car or do they bring it into the motel?
I would think if you can afford a $10,000 hitman, you could probably go a little higher end in Motel 6.
Yeah.
Stop.
I still want to know what the going rate is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do you have to negotiate?
Let's send Phil out for a man on the town.
Yeah. Phil has nothing else to do.
Right.
$15,000. Well, I'll do it for 12, but you have to pay for my gas and tolls.
Yes.
Who pays for the gas and tolls and the wear and
Well,
tear
you go
on the car?
you go on the portal and you enter your receipts and you get a reimbursement. I think that's how it works.
Look, I'm not trying to make light of the situation. I'm just curious about people's mindsets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of mindsets,
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard. This is Jennifer Lopez has filed divorce.
Thank God.
Filed for divorce against the worst Batman ever, Ben Affleck.
Definitely the worst Batman. Correct.
Definitely the worst.
Definitely.
I mean, obviously a terrible human too, because he just can't stay married.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he gets these amazing women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's a Hollywood bigwig. He's an awful actor, in my opinion, but I can't deny the fact that he's had success.
And then the Daily Mail yesterday had pictures of him and Jennifer Garner because they have daughters or kids,
children together.
Dropping off their kids at school and like
what a household that must be.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah.
She's got Jennifer Garner, Jennifer Lopez, these fabulous women. I know. I don't know how he does it.
Wasn't he also with Jennifer Aniston? He's got a thing for Jennifers.
No, he wasn't with Jennifer.
No,
No?
that was that was
Okay.
Brad Pitt.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's Pitt. Yeah.
Get your Hollywood news straight.
I know.
Nick Kayal. I just saw this headline, and I'll just give you a headline. This is in Philadelphia. People are complaining because, we have the thefts, and we have the carjackers. But in this one, why are they complaining? Because cars were targeted, and what they're saying is this is getting ridiculous because the thieves they not only stole hubcaps or a couple of the tires, they stole all 4 tires of cars in South Philadelphia. So what they're really complaining about is really they stole all 4 tires. They couldn't leave me 2.
Right. Did they leave the donut in the trunk at least?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's
they left the donut. So in this one, and they're all different cars, but the estimated value of all 4 of her tires for a Ford Explorer is $7,000. So this is South Philadelphia as they talk about the different levels of thieves. So Larry Krasner has said, hey, the murder rate is down. Good news, Philadelphia, percentage-wise. All of these other types of especially car thefts, tire thefts, smash and grabs,
tuna theft,
shoplifting, tuna theft.
Yeah, chip steaks theft. Yeah. Ground beef, tuna, tires.
Look, it's Wednesday, excuse me, but usually I update the type of tuna thefts in South Philly on Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sean
That's,
Farish.
yes, that's premature. And Sean will be back despite one person complaining about him on social media.
One person in the universe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Who doesn't want any laughter.
Yeah. What's his name? It was Joe from the voicemail, I think.
I don't remember what his name was. It doesn't matter.
But I will say we had some sad news because our Council Rock Newtown Little League World Series run has come to an end.
Oh, well, at least they got to go up to Williamsport.
Yeah. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Not too awesome. They didn't win.
Yeah, you don't trust me. You go to Williamsport, it's Route 80, there's a mall and a Wendy's. That's about it.
Yeah.
No McDonald's?
Yeah, it's just a Wendy's, Dawn.
Try a little harder next time, kiddos.
Yeah.
They lost. Wait, just wait. You have your little guy's 4. Just wait.
Yeah, and I'll tell them to suck it up, Buttercup. Sometimes you lose in life.
Yeah.
Play harder next time. Try harder.
I know. That's what we did with our kids. Everybody didn't get a trophy.
Oh, you tried your best. No, you kind of stunk.
Yeah.
You kind of stunk.
So little Dylan's going to go 0 for 4. His mom's going to say, you had a great game. And then Greg's just going to be in the car and he's going to lose his mind.
Stop it.
Stop it.
He was 0 for 4.
Can I tell you something? Here's it's the parents that want to give all the trophies, the kids. Like David, if his team ever got, sometimes they would give out like these ribbons that would be like fourth place for the team or something.
What a stupid fourth place
ribbon.
ribbon.
No, they're going to throw it away. They're going to be ashamed of it.
Absolutely.
If they're not in the top 3, they're like, what am I going to do with this ribbon? They literally, you would see it be thrown in the trash.
Yeah. I remember we got a participation trophy one year in baseball when I played baseball. And like we were in some tournament, we came in like 3rd. I was like, "What are we gonna? We didn't win.
Yeah,
I don't want this.
What am I gonna do with this?
I do not have that because to Dawn's point, I took it and threw it right in the trash.
Yeah, I tell my daughter Mia when she comes in 3rd out of like 33 people and she's upset, I'm like, you shouldn't have spent so much time on YouTube yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
You did your best. No,
work harder. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
try harder next time, Castle Rock. No, I'm just
Council Rock, Newtown. They lost to Hawaii 3-1.
Yeah, Hawaii of all places.
Well, they get year-round baseball. They have great weather.
Yeah.
So they got eliminated. All right.
Big
we
Samoans.
talked about our fills.
Big Samoans probably hitting.
Polynesian kids just cranking out homers.
Hitting it out of the park.
9-year-olds with mustaches.
Roman Reigns' son.
Let's see their birth certificate.
Exactly.
That's what you're always doing with
you
kids.
can't do that, Dawn. No ID. It's not allowed.
Oh, no.
No.
That's a thing. That's a thing in boys' sports. Like, is that kid really... aren't they? Shouldn't they be in the 7th grade and they're playing at the 4th grade level?
Yep.
But they actually do watch that.
All right, enough fun.
All right.
Oh my God.
Macy's, our sponsor. Back to school at Macy's. All about fresh starts, new looks. Save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, and more that'll hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you're going to find all the top quality brands that you love. So shop Macy's and make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back-to-school today. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live 7 a.m. edition. Still 57 point... What's the point, Nick?
0.9. 57.9.
Almost 0.8.
57.9.
On the Kayal Doppler radar.
So, we need to... So, almost 58 degrees. Wow, what a cool fall-like feel to this morning. It's going to continue through tomorrow, but then the warm-up begins as we'll be in the mid-70s, and then we start to rise. We'll be back in the mid-80s by this weekend, but a sunny, beautiful stretch that continues through the weekend. Kayal and Company News Live.
Robert Schwartz, who's a great chatter here on the YouTube chat. He says, actually, Greg, being Council Rock, they went 2 for 2, 2-2 in the tournament, and made it way further than most teams. But they didn't win.
Looking better than our Phillies.
So they still didn't win.
They went 2 for. They were 2-2. It's 500. Coin
you
flip.
kids are great.
Yeah.
They're heartbroken this morning.
Yeah,
you know it.
We're handicapping these kids for the future.
I know.
We're crippling them.
Maybe they'll try a little harder next season.
No, they're local. You are local champions, and you're on the national stage. That's huge.
There you go. 855-839-1210.
Just wait. Wait, Greg. Just wait.
Yes, I'm a big talker now.
I know. He's a big talker. Wait.
Gonna have to rebrand the station back to the Big Talker at this rate.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, before we get to the cut sheet, Haley voters for Harris. You are losers. And grocers against gouging. Take that, Kamala. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Yeah, we got to talk about the kitchen because this fall-like weather, doesn't it make you feel like you want to hang out in the kitchen and maybe some home-baked goods? Think about your kitchen and updating your kitchen, whether it's that outdated cabinet that's just the dark cabinet that's totally out of style. But when it comes to your home, trust is everything. 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for truly transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and care. From those custom cabinets that I mentioned to the countertops, backsplashes, and what about storage solutions? So important. Kitchen Magic always gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied upon for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Do this. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Put this on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Kitchen Magic. Tell them Dawn sent you.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including back-to-school supplies. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company. 7:25. Cut sheet. 20 minutes out. Tony Bruno. 1 hour from now. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, so let me get to this Guardian story on ex-Nikki Haley voters rallying behind Kamala Harris, where we have multiple people in swing states that are quoted, including one individual right here in Bucks County, perhaps even a listener of this show and might be listening right now. So once I read the name of this individual and his quotes, if you would like to call and maybe explain it to me, that would be great, because I don't understand you. But like when I look at the political spectrum, I kind of envision it as a football field. And if you're not driving right now and you're home, just kind of envision this, close your eyes. So you've got, a football field's 100 yards long. You have the middle of the field, right? The 50-yard line. That's where the centrists are. Like moderate Republicans, I would say, are on the 40-yard line of the Republican side of the field. Conservatives are on like the 20-yard line, and then those that are super, super, super far right, they're on the goal line. And then on the other side, you have, moderate Democrats, they're on the other 40-yard line. Liberals are on the 20, and then the progressives are somewhere behind the field goal post. They're sitting up in the nosebleeds and just going nuts, yelling with purple hair. So that's the way I kind of view the political spectrum.
That's very good. It's very simplistic.
You like that?
Yeah,
I just bring it back to football. I mean, and then you can process everything. But I can't process these individuals in this Guardian story where they sit there and say, I picked the side that had the least issues. Some former supporters of Nikki Haley are now organizing for Harris, who they see as the better choice over Donald Trump. Let me give you a couple of quotes here. Trump would be smart to reach out to the millions of people who voted for me, that's Nikki Haley, and continue to support me and not assume that they're just going to be with him. I want to be clear. There is a place for you in my campaign. Now, that was what Joe Biden posted on social media. It wasn't Joe, it was somebody else in regards to Nikki dropping out of the race and the contingency of voters out there. And yes, I know some are Democrats, some are independents. You had open primaries. We understand like the in the weeds aspect, but there are still some Republicans technically out there. I can't understand how if you wanted to vote for Nikki over Trump, I totally disagree with you, but I get it. If this was Nikki Haley against Kamala Harris in a general election, I'm voting for Nikki Haley, hands down, if that was the option. What I don't understand is how you can go from Nikki all the way over to Kamala Harris. If the Democrats were trotting out a moderate or a classic liberal, I'd still disagree with you, but you'd have more of a rope and leash with me. Kamala Harris is a communist. How do you go from, now this is my personal opinion of Nikki Haley. I believe, and I've said this, she's a repackaged, refurbished, rebranded old war GOP Bushmonger, warmonger, that whole bit, right? Senator Lindsey Graham, everybody in South Carolina that's a Republican short of Tim Scott and Nancy Mace, they love themselves some war and the war machine. But Nikki Haley wants to have secure borders. She wants to have lower crime and she has not a lot, but some of the same policies and general visions that Donald Trump has. So how do you go from that to Kamala Harris with open borders, price caps, and all of, I don't understand these people. And Dawn, I've got a quote here from John Jack Merritt, who might be a listener of this station. He is a self-described center-right and strict constitutional constructionist. He registered to vote as a Republican way back in 1972. He said that, quote, as a political junkie, he subscribes to various political newspapers and watches all the major news networks. Though he supported Haley in the primaries and has served as a committee person for the Republican Party in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Merritt has decided to vote for Harris in November. And here's his quote. I became incredibly disenchanted with the polarization of the two parties in the U.S., Merritt said. I picked the side that had the least amount of issues. I think Harris and Walz are more likely to ask for everything they want, but accept what they can get, especially if Congress turns out to be Republican this year. I'm looking for people who can truly govern, not just people who have ideological standards. So let me just pick apart his quote there. People that can govern. What exactly has Kamala Harris shown that she can govern the United States of America as the CEO, basically, of our country? Donald Trump already did it. Now, maybe you don't like Trump's theatrics. Okay. Then maybe you should say that, and maybe he said it in a longer form, and they only put one quote from his story. But we had a great economy. We had no wars. We had a secure border. Crime was lower. On down the list. Now, maybe you got caught up in all the CNN hysteria and the social media commentary and things like that. But you're talking about govern effectively. Have you lived through all the Democrats and the far left policies of the last 4 years? They haven't done anything effectively. So, Dawn Stensland, I don't know about Mr. Merritt in Bucks County, but I don't understand how anybody can go from from Haley to Harris. If you were going from, I would even say this. If you were going from Haley to Josh Shapiro, it doesn't make sense to me, but it's more defendable than Haley to Harris. Your thoughts, Dawn?
Yeah, and you brought up Shapiro, and in the Guardian, there are a few articles about, naming him, so I don't know who had it first, but that would have made sense to me if they had a relationship, because Shapiro has been in suburban and local politics for many years, for decades. So that they do say that they were, they supported Shapiro, their group, and that maybe would have made sense if he had been on the Veep list and they had a connection or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the connection to him here. I don't get it. It's the same. I saw Kaylee McEnany speaking last night about somebody that we met. Greg, remember the crazy eyes? Stephanie
Grisham.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
she spoke last night.
I'm getting her. She has. Yeah, she unleashed on the Trump family.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And so. So I just think, and Kaylee McEnany.
You wanted me to play the tapes, Dawn. I have the tapes.
Yeah.
I have all the tapes of all the Republicans that are voting for Kamala Harris.
I just don't get it.
But I just think, and Kaylee McEnany said this last night, that she was asked about it because Kaylee McEnany replaced Stephanie Grisham. And remember, Stephanie Grisham was the one that she was in place as a Trump spokesperson for like 9 months, never held a news conference. Kaylee McEnany then got the job. Stephanie Grisham was then demoted, basically. And so part of it, and she was demoted to then work with Melania. And so she was bashing Melania last night, which is what probably got me more than anything, because Melania was not wrong to tell her, no, we're not going to tweet out on January 6th. It's not appropriate. But I digress. So I think these individuals anybody who's doing this has a propensity to either it's something personal, they don't like Trump, or in truth, they're not now this guy says he's a conservative. I kind of doubt it, because I don't understand how you could be an actual conservative.
Let me give you his direct quote.
And vote, you know what I mean? In this election, it's a clear choice.
Self-described center-right and a strict constitutional constructionist.
Yes. Yeah, like a
not a constitutional conservative, a constitutional
Yeah.
constructionist.
Yeah.
Right, but if you are for the Constitution, just
Right.
look at what Trump's Supreme Court did.
Yeah.
As far as every ruling, and I know people want to make it about abortion, but it's actually not about abortion. It's about following the Constitution in a strict manner, and I'll bring you the Chevron case from 1984 too. Look at what that did. That the Chevron case in and of itself, and we don't talk about it as much because it happened right around the time of the disastrous debate between Biden and Trump, and everybody was that grabbed the headlines. But that Chevron case is actually, in the scheme of our nation, more consequential, if you will, than as far as controlling the swamp and keeping big government in check.
Yeah, and
right?
If you're super into the Constitution, I mean, look no further than the First Amendment and what has happened in this country in the last 4 years. So if you live and breathe the Constitution right off the top, I mean, how do you vote for an administration that put restrictions on the First Amendment?
So JK13 on the YouTube chat, I agree with him. He says they're not Republicans. He says I can say I'm a progressive and say I'm voting for Trump. I would agree with that. I think because I said yesterday that there are people in my family who are Republicans who aren't voting for Trump. They're not voting for Kamala Harris. They're just not going to vote for the presidential.
The top of the ticket.
Yes. So I am.
Which is basically a vote for Kamala.
I am almost 100% sure that any quote unquote Republican or conservative that is not voting for Trump is not going to vote for Kamala Harris, because she's she's really the exact opposite of what of what they stand for. So no, I agree with that YouTube chatter. I think that these people kind of lean left anyway and are being swayed by this. But I don't think that. I think any true conservative that really has a belief that they're not voting for Trump is just not going to vote at the top of the ticket.
Okay.
It's bizarre, though, to me that, in particular, that he talks about the Constitution. Because if you just care about following the Constitution, which at the end of the day, this court is making sure that the court protects the states' rights. And that's what the Roe v. Wade, that's what the Dobbs decision really was. It was more about states' rights and keeping everything in the balance of power in check. But that Chevron decision, just keeping big government out of our lives, and with the regulatory, look at what the regulations have done here in Pennsylvania, chasing away jobs and really hurting people's lives. It's a huge issue.
Let me counter, Nick, that article that you just read with cut one here, Phil. CNN actually highlighted 2 Nikki Haley voters in Iowa who are planning on voting for Trump in November over Kamala Harris.
Okay, makes sense.
So this is that report. Cut one, Phil, if you can, go.
That Sarcone plans to vote for Trump is a big change. She backed Haley in the caucuses, and when we first met a year ago,
what about Browning Carmel?
Sarcone said she would vote for Biden if 2024 ended up as a 2020 rematch. But grocery prices are still high, she says, and her real estate business is slow.
I would describe myself as being resigned, I suppose, to voting for Donald Trump. Again, I can't vote for the status quo, and I was absolutely better off during Donald Trump's presidency than I am today.
Right, I say Kamala Harris, you say?
I'd say far left. I'd say woke. I'd say sidestepping. I'd say not truthful.
I think it's an easy Trump choice because we have to put the American people first. I think that the policies that have been put in place in the Harris-Biden administration, they hurt this. They hurt our land, and they hurt the people in Middle America the most.
Ebersole supported Nikki Haley in the Iowa caucuses, a rare voice of Republican dissent in conservative Ringgold County. She then gave some thought to voting third party because she cringes sometimes at Trump's combative tone. But her family and her farm come first, and Ebersole sees backing Trump as the best path to reverse Democratic trade and climate policies, she says, punish family farmers and fill supermarkets with foreign beef.
I can tell you that cow right there is better at carbon sequestration than anything else on the face of the earth. And when she does it, she turns it into the most nutritious meat that we could ever offer. When cattle are raised the right way, they help the earth.
Oh, man.
They don't hurt the earth.
Wow.
And Washington doesn't understand that.
She's
they
a spokesperson.
Don't at all. They don't live here. You know.
They don't ask.
They don't.
That's amazing.
There you have it.
That was an amazing result. So all I'm saying is that when Dawn and I went at it the other, I don't think that there's this swath of conservatives that are voting for Harris. I think that there are Republicans that aren't going to vote for Trump, but I don't think they're going to vote for Harris.
Yeah.
I can't see it because that first woman,
she doesn't align with anything you believe in.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so frustrating. And I don't care if what she thinks, as long as you vote for Trump, that's all I care about. I'm not saying you have to love him. I think it's a little ridiculous when she says he's combative. That's the nature of politics. That's the thing that always got under my skin about people are like, well, I like his policies, but I could do without the theatrics. And I'm like, okay, so you'd rather, and I know this ultimately does turn some people off and he loses some voters from it, but I just can't wrap my head around it. So you'd rather him just be like the status quo politician of, hey, his hair's slicked back and he's just this real cool customer. So you'd rather have Gavin Newsom lie to your face in a cool, calm manner than Trump just hit you in the face full speed with something maybe that you don't want to hear that could actually be factually correct. This is American politics. This isn't sixth grade t-ball. Get out of your feelings.
But I will say this is why it's important for Trump and down ticket for everybody to stay on point. And so yesterday, I watched part of Trump speaking before, and I know today actually is today when he is in his rally today, and it's going to be with the first day with the bulletproof glass. But yesterday he was with law enforcement groups. He was rather subdued, actually, when he spoke yesterday afternoon. But there was one little quote that he said something, and that's what went viral. And so that I think that for the individuals that Greg is playing the audio and talking about, I think those individuals who lean more moderate or to the Constitution or lean right, I think that they are swayed by the little things that for a Trump supporter, you're used to him, you know him, and you know that when he says this stuff, it doesn't mean anything. But for somebody who's influenced by that, stop.
What?
Just stop and be really, really super duper disciplined and say the policies that you're going to talk about the policy.
Well, coming up in a couple minutes, Dawn, you asked me to play the tape. I have some tape for you that I'm going to play for you.
Geez.
I love tape. Let's go to the tape, as Tony Bruno would say. Before we get to the cut sheet, which is coming up next segment, let me grab one call quickly here. We have Gary, I'm told, Gary in the Dominican Republic. Gary, good morning.
Greetings and salutations. You know, when I watched Obama last night, you know, that's what a president is supposed to look like. Unfortunately, your guy, Donald John Trump, can't form a sentence and has criminal charges, but that's what you like. In the immortal words of Barack Hussein Obama last night, I mean, the choice couldn't be any more clear. I mean, can you please articulate what policy did this man stand for, please?
Which guy? Hold on. Which guy? What policies? You're talking about Trump?
Yes, Donald John Trump. What is his platform?
The same. Hold on. You asked me to articulate his platform for you, which I will do. He wants a secure border. He wants to drill and to frack and to use energy here in this country to lower our energy prices, not only at the gas pump for our vehicles, but so our heating and our cooling bills are not astronomical, which also impacts you at the grocery store because grocery stores only charge about 1.5% markup for their profit margins. So they're not price gouging you every day at Giant or whatever. Hold on, I'm not done. Let me finish, and I'm going to let you finish. I will not hang up on you, Gary, because you called all the way from the Dominican Republic, which the Odyssey app is very strong down there. So the cost of food at the grocery store is astronomical because the cost of energy to create and ship that food is astronomical. So we take those policies and, oh, by the way, no wars and lower crime rate because of law and order. So you take those and you contrast them to the last 4 years, which Kamala Harris has every bit to do with. She's been Joe Biden's right-hand woman. So what exactly are we getting a second time around with Kamala that we didn't get the first time around?
May I please answer that?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I could do that with Donald John Trump, the criminal. Now, here's what we can say, right? Is that you said the border. He never did a darn thing at the border except create a wall and lie. And matter of fact, let's talk about that economy. You mean the one that crashed? That one? You mean the one that Joe Biden saved us out of and made build better?
Well, how did he save us out of it?
Build back better, because now the chips are being made here. Have you noticed that every week that the liar Donald John Trump, a.k.a. Mango Mussolini, it was always infrastructure week with him, but crap never got done?
Hold on a second. Let's go one issue at a time. So Trump did build X amount of miles of the wall, and you can look at the immigration stats. They're actually identical to Barack Obama. Look at Joe Biden's numbers. What are we talking, 10 to 15 million people? And then on the economy, look at the cost of groceries, the cost of fuel, the cost of rent, the cost of home ownership. Everything is somewhere between 17 and 30% more than it used to be. Are you blaming that on COVID?
I'm going to be honest with you. Everything's expensive. I live in the Dominican Republic. It's expensive here. It's expensive everywhere around the world. So what you're saying is not totally true. It's not just here and everybody else is just fine.
So let me ask you something. Why was everything so cheap under Trump but so expensive now, 3 years removed from COVID?
Everything wasn't cheap under Trump, because if you remember...
No, Gary, I got to run. We could do this all day, and I appreciate the call. It was a good back and forth. But, I mean, we look at... Everything was not expensive under Trump. Gas was about $2 a gallon.
Right. Well, so what Democrats do is and this is not fair to Trump or Biden in the beginning of his administration, because we did have a worldwide pandemic.
Yeah, and I'm willing to give Joe a little slack on 2021.
Absolutely.
But 22, 23, 24, I mean, come on, we can't keep blaming everything on supply chains.
But just the proposed tax increases, just that. So the Trump tax cuts, by the way, and this is not for the rich, but those Trump tax cuts, if they all expire coming up in 2025. So if the Harris-Walz, if you want higher taxes, then go for it. If you love paying more taxes, then go ahead. Please look this up. I always say to people, look this up. We don't have the full plan from Harris, who apparently yesterday is backing off now from the whole idea of taxes on tips. So we have to see her plan fully.
Oh, so now she's squeaking out the back door on
Reportedly, that
one?
was a headline yesterday. But just the proposed, Trump's proposed baseline, the tariffs that he's talked about, 60% levy on Chinese goods. He's talked a lot about that because he's said that before it was not fair.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to do business with the Chinese, and that's obviously we do a lot of business with them, we should make it more equal. And I'm looking at the Tax Policy Center, by the way. I'm not looking at, and this is CNBC that I'm looking at to go through the plans. So do your homework and look at this, because in all honesty, Trump is talking about keeping those tax cuts and lowering your taxes and also making things fair on an international business plane as far as looking at the tariffs and what others pay. And so the Harris campaign, to my knowledge, has not yet, we don't have the full idea of, now I'm not sure what her plan, I don't have it in writing in front of me because they still have not fully released that. So it's not fair for me to speculate.
And if things were so great under the Biden-Harris administration, you would not see black voters and Hispanic voters going to the Republican Party like never before. So if it's so great, why is Donald Trump possibly going to get 20% of the black vote? Because people are waking up and realize that Democrats sell them a bill of goods. They've been in office for 12 of the last 16 years. So this whole nonsense with hope and change, how much more time do you want? All right, speaking of time, we got to get to a quick break. We'll come back. It'll be the latest start ever for the Cut Sheet because we went to the Dominican Republic, which was very cool, by the way. Odyssey app works very well down there. By the way, nice little place to vacation as well. Kayal and Company Cut Sheet is coming up next. Stay there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5-NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You've got lots of home projects to tackle. Luckily, the plumbing and electrical experts at Horizon Services are here to help. From fixing leaky pipes to upgrading landscape lighting, Horizon has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing or electrical repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber or electrician today? Visit horizonservices.com, and Horizon's help is on the way.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we continue. It is a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno coming up in just about 40 minutes here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get on over to YouTube for the visual side of the cut sheet. We'll also get to our voicemails coming up around 9:40 this morning.
Are we doing those again? I thought I banned them yesterday.
What did you ban?
It got clipped for a highlight yesterday.
The
on
voicemails,
social.
yeah.
I thought I banned them. We'll get to some of your calls. We'll sprinkle those in as we move along through the cut sheet as well. And it's time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 Hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for always sponsoring the highly coveted, highly rated What's on the Cut Sheet. I'm gonna start. I have all the DNC sound. I need to work up to it because I lived through it and I just can't. I just can't again with the phony joy and a bunch of criminals acting happy. Don Lemon did Another Man on the Street.
Oh no!
Don, you better keep your mouth closed.
Don, you better.
As he once famously said,
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
By the way, this looks like it's an AC again, but it's not on the boardwalk. He goes up to women and asks Trump v. Harris.
Okay. Did it not go well again?
Yeah, I don't know what he's going for here, but
Don Lemon, new Fox anchor.
I think he realized that he is getting play on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he was throwing spaghetti at the wall and just trying to see who would pick him up.
Oh,
so the fact that he's,
Are we falling into his deceitful
yes.
trap?
We are. Totally.
Okay.
Totally. And I love, Jesse Waters used to do these things back in the day for O'Reilly, and now he has Johnny do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
let me just like the man on the street thing was not invented by Jesse Waters. Okay?
No. I mean on Fox, he's, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Specific. Yeah, you're exactly right. They used to call it Man on the Street.
Yeah, it's a 30-year-old bit.
It's way older than 30 years.
Or maybe
Nick.
okay.
Yeah.
They used to call it in the newsroom, "Hey, go out and get some man on the street," and now they say person on the street.
Yeah.
All right, this is
POS.
cut 6, Phil. Don Lemon asking women in Atlantic City about Trump v. Harris. Go.
How are you feeling about the election?
I'm going for Trump. I feel like every time they don't want somebody who is good for us to win, they throw somebody black in our face thinking that's going to make us vote for the black person.
I voted for Obama because he was black. I don't want to vote for her because she's the first black woman to run for president or to win.
I don't vote.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I want Donald Trump.
Why do you apologize?
She's back again?
Well, I know nobody likes him, but we had good times with Donald Trump.
I'm running for Trump, so.
You are?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why?
Yeah. I don't know. I just always been a fan of his, so that's what I'm running for.
I used to be against Trump. I used to live in Virginia. I saw the bad side of it, but really moving to Cleveland, I saw the other side of it.
I'm supporting Trump.
You are.
Mm-hmm.
Because?
Because it has to change.
Yeah.
It has to change, and now I vote more for what fits me better as a person rather than voting for the black person or voting for the first woman. So,
What do you think about Kamala Harris?
I think they say she phony and fake, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm like Trump saying, what are you? You know, so I'm not feeling her. People get mad about it. I'm just not feeling her.
I don't like her the way she speaks, the giddiness, the laughing. Everything's a joke, and it's not a joke. We're in trouble.
I'm going for Trump. Kamala was on Biden's team, and I don't like Biden. Gas wasn't this high when Trump was our president. Food wasn't this high.
Oh.
I'm going for Trump.
Oh. You know, am I out of line, or am I not reading the room correctly? I actually think that white liberal women like Kamala Harris more than black females like Kamala Harris. That might be a hot take, but
I don't know. You said in the last segment that Trump was going to get 20% of the black vote. I mean, that's
well, that includes men and women. No. But it's just amazing to me that how many
that's not happening.
You're probably right. But it's just all of these. You look at some of these rallies and you see some of these people, and you're like, man, right there's Trump's biggest liability: single white liberal women. And to the caller's last point, Gary from the Dominican Republic, I hope he's listening to that, because I do think that now more than ever, more black voters are going for Donald Trump. Let me just, I know we're in the cut sheet, but let me, because this plays off of the last clip we just played. We have Sal in Malvern who says that Democrats fall for the same bait. Sal, you go right ahead, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. Very much enjoying the show, and thank you for the time. And especially addressing the gentleman from the Dominican, it's like, I find many of the Democrats that I know today, and I'm not talking about the both people that are 50 and 60 years old from the Kennedy Democrats. It's like I put them in the categories of either a fool, a tool, or a paid operative. And I hate to say the first category is just people that do no vetting of any information, that buy the simplest thing, and they just swallow it whole. And don't get me wrong, there's children that have been brainwashed, right out of the Marx playbook, right? Give me a child for a couple of years, I got them forever. But it's worse when the fool becomes the tool, I hate to say, like the gentleman I called in, that swallows the stuff whole, and not even for pay, peddles the same garbage. They sit there and they say, oh, the border's secure, and what about that poor young lady that came across with the child, and oh, what about how good the economy is? They're just swallowing the stuff that is peddled to them without any vetting, and they do the bidding. I have more respect for the people that have sold the country out for money, knowing that they're lying and cheating its thing, and it's simply going to support a communist or a socialist at best. And it just troubles me so. And, when you present the facts, you go to, like what you were trying to do with the folks from the Dominicans, like, hey, give me a reason why you think this. When you do that to most of the fools and the tools, they're like, they stutter. They just sit there and they get more and more angry, way more than any Trump person ever did.
Well, Sal, and that's the thing that's so infuriating, is those that don't actually know the issues, much less can't define socialism or communism. I've been saying that equity is code for socialism. I mean, you've heard Kamala talk about equity. We all don't start in the same place, but we end up in the same place. I mean, that's the staple textbook definition of it, and some of these people will vote for that. That's the scary part. But thank you for the call, Sal.
Hey, do me a favor, everybody watching right now on YouTube, all of you, please hit the thumbs up button if you have not done so. Please hit the thumbs up. Please like the show so we can get in people's algorithms. I just had a problem finding it.
Oh, no.
Again, also hit the subscribe button. I need everybody who's watching to hit the thumbs up button, the like button. Even if you're Gary and you don't like it, please hit the like button anyway, because we're providing you entertainment. We gave you a forum. Please hit the like button on the show today so more people can find it. Okay, let's get to the DNC. This is going to pain me. Ugh. So they started with a DJ because it's a freaking club. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the whole performance.
They did the roll call, and then they started like it's like it's a club in Atlantic City. This is cut 8, Phil.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
My name is DJ Cassidy.
Oh boy.
And I'd like to welcome you all.
So
to
cringe.
The Democratic National Convention roll call.
Weird shirt.
Pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation.
Oh my goodness gracious!
What do you say,
We've
Nick?
lived through debates. We've lived through conventions now. Has everything officially jumped the shark? Is
Yes.
it time to blow up the whole system and just reinvent the whole political process from debates with moderators to these ridiculous conventions. And like I'm not gonna lie, I'll be consistent. I was the same guy eating up the RNC on Thursday with Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, and I said it turned into Woodstock. But it's just, and there was even moments with the RNC where it's like, I don't know if maybe it's just trying to appeal to wider audiences now, because we live in this social media, self-absorbed world. Do we think anybody, because I saw some of the ratings, so the DNC on night one eclipsed the RNC ratings-wise. However, the DNC ratings are 20% lower than they were for Hillary in 2016. Axios had that story. Is this just everybody from the base gobbling up the red meat, or are we bringing in new people here? Because that isn't that the goal? Like, if you're bringing out Little John or if you're bringing out Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan, are you trying to welcome in people that might not consume the convention?
You're trying to make it a show. You're trying to make it a show,
it's
the
whole
best
theater production.
the
I
best,
get that.
the best you can. And look, I said that I'm consistent. I said the same thing with the RNC. I hate conventions. I think they're stupid. I think they're scripted. I don't think bringing out Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan, Lil Jon, anybody moves the needle in any way. It's just a way to rev the bass. It's cringe. It's douchey, and I can't stand it.
It's douchey.
Sorry.
Well, I still think it serves a purpose. But I don't need 4 nights, and I don't need it going till 12:30 in the morning or 1 a.m. I mean, if we could just wrap this up in 2 nights from 7 to 10 p.m. each night, and like I know Zioli's out there and stuff. Like, I'm not interested in like the Radio Row aspect of these things. Like, now, granted, I mean, you get some great guests on, but it's just having been, maybe I'm the one with sour grapes, having been in the industry for 18 years. Like, I'm done with like the showing up and sitting down and talking to somebody. And I look at it from my audience's perspective, and I've seen enough data that shows most people that listen to your show, they don't want to hear you yucking it up with people at a convention or a Super Bowl or a Radio Row, or if they're pimping a product. To me, from a radio standpoint, it's not great radio. Just me.
All right, let's get to the roll call. Let's start with New Jersey, because the worst person in the world, is that what Keith Olbermann used to do? The worst person in the world, Phil Murphy.
Oh boy.
Did the roll call for the state of New Jersey, and then also brought in a transgender person, because everything's about identity.
Not about your policies.
By the way, if you haven't, like, his opening lines of "We're Jersey, baby." Ugh. Cut 10, Phil. If you can stomach this at 8:03 in the morning, cut 10, Phil. Go.
Oh,
all right. Can I just stop it? Can I stop it?
Go get him, baby.
Can I stop it 2 seconds into this clip? The fact that we play "Born in the USA" by Bruce Springsteen, another fake New Jerseyan, like, I can't take the phoniness of all of this. I cannot take the phoniness of all of this.
Stop it.
Dawn, do you agree? I know you're a Bruce fan.
No, I mean, if you're going to play music for each state, then I think, you're going to play Springsteen or Bon Jovi.
Well, they played for California. They played Tupac. It's like, oh, God. All right,
it's the lowest hanging fruit.
It is. Let's start over. Cut 10, Phil. I think it's cut 10, right? Yeah, cut 10. Start over. Go.
New Jersey. How do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby.
Ugh.
And you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
And this is what he passes.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
It's time to what?
Turn the page.
I'm Leroy Jones.
You turned it 4 years ago, you asshat.
The home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
There you go.
Oh, Jesus. What a no. Does Odyssey? I know Odyssey provides hand sanitizer. Do we have barf bags here as well? We have everything else under the sun here.
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, my goodness gracious. This is just the first guy, right off the top. He couldn't wait to blurt out his pronouns.
Yep.
He was foaming at the mouth. It's like he jumped those out quicker than Stalker snapped out of that chair when he heard the boss right there. Oh, my God.
Cringe. The whole thing is cringe. Okay, let's get to Georgia. Georgia was like, hold my beer, because Lil Jon came on after that. And in case you're not familiar with Lil Jon, isn't he the to the windows, to the walls guy? And the sweat that
drips off.
Yeah. Is that guy?
That and the Turn Down for What song?
Well, that's what he came out as. So this was the big surprise for Georgia. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. 5, get loud, another round of shots. DHC, turn out for what? Turn out for what?
Oh, God.
Hey, turn out for what? Yeah, turn out for what? Let's go, let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. DP Harris, come to the wall.
Look at the Tim Walz heads.
DP Harris.
See, and this is what I'm saying. We're not going back to Biden-Harris.
I know.
We're going forward to Trump.
We're not going back. That's a great...
We're not going back
That's
to Biden and Harris. We're going forward to Trump.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Little John.
I can't.
We're not going back.
I'm gonna scream in a second. I can't take this.
This is where
I
Trump
cannot-
needs to roll out 50 Cent right now and have him just slam Little John.
Well, that's my question. Like, they're bringing out these guys. Why didn't they bring out 50 Cent, or why didn't they do?
Yeah, he's kind of wishy-washy. Like I think he kind of like tries to toe the fence a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he's all for Trump's policies, but like he's still a little gun shy of the blowback and the pushback you get.
Cut 23. This was Wisconsin. Their governor, Tony Evers, appeared to me to be drunk. I don't know. If you listen to this, it sounds to me like he's drunk.
Okay. No, it's a big party. I can see some.
And they all have cheese on their heads. Just like every cringe D word stereotype that you have for this, it was there last night.
Okay.
Cut 23, Phil, go.
I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell
I like the Packers.
to announce
Well,
that Wisconsin passed 1 vote present and 94 votes were for. Where are we at?
Is he
Got me
hammered?
Going here. Former Wisconsinite. Former state.
He's got House
Oh,
of Pain
my
jumping
God.
around in his ears, and he's
I
just,
love you, Jody.
I'm hammered.
yeah. And for those
94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason. I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next president
Oh, my
of
God.
the United
Land the
States
plane,
of
bro.
America, Kamala Harris.
Hammered?
Kamala what?
Hammered guys?
Yeah.
Did he almost say like Kamala Haq too? Like what was he?
Oh my God!
What was he saying? He didn't even know her last name.
He's the guy. He's the guy at the wedding that gets up and makes a speech,
Yes.
and you're just like, he's like,
oh my
let me
goodness.
tell you about Tiffany, okay?
Yeah. It's just so.
Well
I mean, you got so we got the cheesehead thing. That's what the Packers do. That song is what they play at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Before
is it?
kickoff. Yeah, jump around. All 90,000 are jumping in the stands. Pretty cool sight. But it's the lowest hanging fruit. It's like, oh, let's go to Pat's or Gino's. Let's just placate to the two things that every city or state is known for. I don't know if he was hammered or not. He's a little older in age, and that thing was loud as hell. He probably just couldn't hear himself. But who knows? I'm sure do they serve alcohol at the convention? Because if so, I'm on board. I take everything I said back about conventions, and I want to go next year.
As two people, Dawn and myself, who've been to these conventions, they 100% sell alcohol.
They sell out of the food, but still got the booze.
Cut 22 here, Phil. All right, Dawn Stenslin, you asked me Monday to play the tapes, so I have tapes. Play the tapes! Play the
Crazy
tapes!
Eyes?
Play the tapes! Now, we're going to start with Republican Mayor John Giles from Arizona, who calls on moderates to put country first and praises Kamala Harris at the DNC. So he's a Republican governor, mayor of in Arizona, and this is what he said. Cut 22, go.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult. The cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House. And we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises. Unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community.
There you go.
Dawn Stenslin.
Look, you wanted the tapes, Dawn. I'm playing the tapes, my love.
No, this is a guy who, he's now in an area that's turning more Democrat, number one. Has anybody heard of this local mayor from Mesa?
Nope.
Does anybody care?
Just like that conservative judge who announced at the beginning of the week that he was, he had voted Republicans in 1972 and he was going to vote for Kamala Harris. Nobody heard of that person either.
Can I just ask a question? And it's mostly on Democrats right now because we're talking about their convention, but it also applies to Republicans as well. From Phil Murphy to the governor of Wisconsin to Tim Walz to that Arizona mayor.
To the sweat dropped out.
Nice play on words there. Why are these guys just so goofy and awkward? I know weird is the buzzword of the summer of 2024 for this election, but it applies to DeSantis as well. That's the big turnoff with DeSantis when we found out that he's just socially awkward. You get these people outside of their teleprompters and their canned speeches, and they're all. You use the word cringe. I know that's a popular word on social media. They're just all awkward.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want to hang out with any of these dudes.
That's what makes stuff like this so, I'm going to use the word again, cringe, because it's not their normal, like Phil Murphy is not out bobbing to Lil Jon or Lil Wayne or Lil whatever his name is. It's just, it makes it awkward and it makes it you know what I mean? Like you look at me, Nick Hale, and you see me at a Metallica show and you're like, yeah, he fits. Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like these people don't fit with this, and
they stick out like a sore thumb.
They're just trying to placate to an audience that they, you know what I mean?
And the old adage was, you can't define it, you can't whatever. I actually don't even know what the adage is, but like if you're cool, you either exude it, people know you're cool, or you're not. Like these people, they try so hard, and I know there's this other thing floating around on social media that AOC adopted an accent as well on night number 1 of the convention. Like, just be yourself.
Yeah.
These people are such fraudulent human beings.
I do want to get to that, by the way, because I think that's interesting. Okay, one more for Dawn playing the tapes. Former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham, who Dawn and I met. She was in a cast, wasn't she, when we were at the White House? I don't know. She was really nasty to us, by the way.
Yeah.
Really nasty to us. I mean, that was her job. Her job was to usher us in and get us the hell out of there. I get it. But
well, she was mad because he took more time with us, and
yes. Yeah, she didn't like that.
She did not like that.
This is Cut 9. She came out and spoke against Trump. Cut 9, the entire Trump family, by the way. Cut 9, Phil, go.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
Time has not been kind to her, Dawn.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, "It doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you." But it does matter. What you say matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American,
and she has the tweet, or
there's no
she has the
place
text.
for lawlessness
Yikes.
or violence. She replied with one word: no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie.
No, they
Now
didn't
here
think
I
she was
am,
qualified.
behind the podium,
Come on.
advocating for a Democrat. And that
There you go.
All right, Dawn.
So here's the thing with her. She did on social media because she was being ripped. And she looks, I did not recognize her, to Greg's point. I didn't recognize her when
Thank
she
you.
came up there.
Because we saw
She just looks very different. And she put out a statement on social media where she said, and I don't know how old she is, but she has hit menopause, which she says, which sucks a ton. And yes, she has had a weight struggle, which I'm sorry that she's gone through that. But she says that she was accused of, getting rich post-Trump. And she says, no, I'm definitely not rich. In fact, I run a nonprofit animal sanctuary. I could barely afford the blazer that she wore last night. And she says that she told the truth. I'm trying to think of anybody else who had worked in the past for the Trump administration. They all wrote books. They all got rich. She's like the only one, which goes to her level of, I guess, competence. They didn't trust her to hold she was the only one, this was not in the Trump administration. This was like in the history of the United States of America, in that job. If your job is a spokesperson, and for about 9 months, she held a job in 2019 where they just didn't trust her to take the podium, and they replaced her with Kayleigh McEnany, who did speak out last night. And Kayleigh said, Kayleigh actually said last night, somebody interviewed her about it, and she said that she spoke to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and they both related to the fact that they never heard Trump refer to people as like basement dwellers, because that was something that came out about Biden during the campaign, the Biden campaign after. But she said it just didn't ring true to her. She had a different experience. She didn't bash Stephanie Grisham. She didn't go there. Kayleigh McEnany just said, I never heard Trump say any of those things at all. And then she contradicted some of the things that Grisham said. So I'm sorry for Stephanie Grisham, whatever. She clearly is having some physical and mental health issues. And she now runs a nonprofit animal sanctuary, which
91 LSXer says she's way thinner than Huckabee Sanders.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Sarah's looking good lately.
Yeah, Sarah.
Yeah.
That's my dude.
And look, half the country is, by the way, post-pandemic, but Sarah actually suffered with, she went through the cancer. I don't know if you knew that. You're going to feel bad. But she suffered with the what you call them?
I said
lymphoma cancer. That thank God is the most
curable.
They caught it early and it's curable, but you do kind of blow up or whatever. So kind of, as far as Stephanie Grisham, I did not have a good vibe from her when we met her, and like Greg said, she actually was kind of a nasty person. If I'm being real about it, she was not nice.
She was, but in full transparency, Jesse Waters was a huge d-bag to me as well. So
I've heard that multiple times about him.
He was a Philly guy.
He was like a man on the street at the time for Bill O'Reilly, and he was too cool for school. So F him too.
One of those guys.
I want to keep going. Bernie Sanders spoke yesterday, talking about billionaires in both parties. 18, Phil, go.
At the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
There you go.
Does anybody actually still care what that man has to say? This is a guy.
Yeah, there are a lot of Bernie.
There are.
Yeah, it's just he's a fraud. I mean, the guy's he hates capitalism, but he charges $95 for an autographed book. Another guy that walked into politics with a nickel in his pocket walks out with an exponentially more significant bottom line of wealth. You know what's really remarkable to me with all these hacks that say they want to take the money out of politics?
Yeah.
They all go in with no money and come out millionaires.
Yeah.
Trump goes in and comes out with half of what he started with.
And by the way, the Obamas, remember, it's the first time in a long time they've been to Chicago because they flew in from their fancy schmancy, $12 million mansion.
So right after
Martha's Vineyard.
Right after Bernie Sanders, and forgive me, Don, I'm just trying to go on with these here because we have to get to Tony Bruno. Right after Bernie Sanders decried billionaires in both parties, who comes out? Billionaire J.B. Pritzker. Got 19, Phil, go. Literally right after it.
During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald, Donald told us to inject bleach.
Is that Chris Christie over there? Oh, no, it's J.B.
Donald
Pritzker.
Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But
No,
take
because
it
he
from
did.
an
He's a proven winner.
actual billionaire.
He did improve the economy pre-pandemic. Check it. Fact check it.
J.B.
Fact check it.
Pritzker.
Talking about actual billionaires.
Because he's one of them.
Yes.
He's a very wealthy guy, billionaire.
So what does Bernie Sanders think about J.B. Pritzker?
Oh, that's my whole
Bingo.
point, was that Bernie Sanders came out, talked about billionaires in both parties, and then right afterwards, J.B. Pritzker comes out and goes, I'm a billionaire! This is cut...
Who, by the way, is the guy who wants to take everybody's firearms away.
Oh, yeah.
Going door to door with people.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
This is cut 12, Phil. Doug Emhoff, the first gentleman, spoke yesterday. Apparently, there's a report that the Harris-Walz plane was circling for 15 minutes so they could watch Dougie's speech. Dougie addressed the Kamala's laugh.
Dougie.
And this is what he said. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail.
And she makes me listen to it on every anniversary.
He's talking about a rambling
That
voicemail.
wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date.
There you go. They talked about their first date.
Have you ever been in any social circles where somebody pointed out somebody and they described that person as a goober?
No, boy.
Doug Emhoff comes off like a goober. And I'm trying to figure out how Doug Emhoff scooped up Kamala Harris. How did he pull that one off? And Kamala, what do you see in Doug? That's the hell with politics for a minute. Let's talk life. So she goes from dating Montel Williams. Montel Williams.
This is how we do
Yeah.
it.
You go from Montel Williams, right? You know, got a military background. You know, I don't really care for his show, but, you know, you're kind of a bravado type guy. And you got Goober Doug.
All right, then Michelle Obama took the stage. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
Profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory.
Duty.
And to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids.
It's called capitalism, honey. I hate to break it to you. Sorry. But can you imagine? So we've talked now for, 34 days, I believe it is, that Kamala Harris has been the nominee, and we've talked about the media carrying her water and rebranding her. And it's been nauseating, right? We all would agree that, this is the machine in overdrive. Just imagine what it would be like if it was Michelle Obama as the nominee. Just think about that for a moment, right? We talked about it, the speculation. Will Michelle swap out Joe? And it never came to fruition. But imagine if it did. Everything that we're getting with Kamala, could you imagine? You talk about, Stalker, you talk about cringe and throwing up and having to live through it in real time last night. Imagine if it was Michelle Obama as the nominee.
This got the biggest applause of the speech last night. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
Identity politics. There it is.
Tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
I mean, say what you will. She's very good at this.
She's very good.
She's
at
very
it was
good
well
at this.
written. It was a good speech. She and Obama are, they're great. They're inspirational. But
she really wants to talk about fear.
But
I mean,
they never mention policy.
Well, no policy.
That's why they're
whatsoever.
avoiding talking about the economy or inflation.
Yeah, and
they're not talking about anything of substance.
And when you talk about fear, also isn't it ironic that the Democrats, they don't really try to attack Trump's so forget their own policy and not sharing what Kamala's policies will be and what her vision is. They don't even try to attack and pick apart Trump's policies. They just try to sell you on the fear of threat to democracy, dictator on day one, bloodbath, very fine people. They grasp at straws. So that's the fear. I don't think we're sitting here saying, oh my God, I'm scared to have a black president. You had a black president for 8 years. You've had a black female vice president for 4 years. To me, that I know a lot of people eat that up. But when you get beyond just the emotional factor of the certain vocabulary used, you can easily flip that back on them.
And then Barack Obama took the stage at 10 o'clock, as Dawn pointed out, like right at 10 o'clock. It's almost like it was scripted like that. By the way, Tony Bruno in the on-deck circle, I'm sure he's going to react to all of these speeches.
And by the way, how cold-blooded is that? So Obama, who could be up at 11:50 at night, comes out at 10, and they stick one more dagger into Joe, and they say, go out at midnight, old guy.
Because Michelle kept to time, and that's her. She is, remember, she's an Ivy League highly educated attorney.
So are these Harvard protesters with anti-Semitism. I'm done with the Ivy League smart
By the way,
thing.
to your point, Nick, look at what was happening outside.
Yeah.
They made sure that the mass arrests and they broke up that crowd outside.
Yeah.
Right prior to 10 o'clock, they were timing that because they did not want the image of outside they're still protesting. Anti-Jewish, and inside is Obama. They cleared that out. Boom, right before Obama spoke.
I hold Montgomery County Community College grads in higher regard these days than I do Harvard grads.
J.D. Vance, brother.
These are bright. Look, the Obamas, they're bright people. They're great speakers. They're wonderful orators.
There's one ticket that's all Ivy League, and it's Trump. It's Trump Vance.
I said
dude.
that.
Trump,
Same thing with this. I'm done with the Ivy League lawyer.
Yeah.
They're like a dime a dozen these days.
All right, Obama takes the stage. Cut 15, Phil, go.
Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
There you go.
I would actually just hit back with two easily dissectable points here. Neglecting the problem at the border for 3.5 years has helped the future of your party, Barack. And let's not talk about power, because that's all you guys care about, which is why you threw Joe into a dumpster after he got 95% of the primary vote.
One more with Obama. Cut 16, Phil, go.
That's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I mean, I could pick apart a lot of what he said, but I do agree with the obsession over crowd sizes. That's the 5% that live their life on X all day and look at pictures from 6:30 p.m. for a 10 o'clock kickoff. Get outside.
By the way, speaking of that, I thought that dovetailed nicely into the fact that it's not been mentioned here this morning that they had the DNC convention last night in Chicago, and on a split screen at the same venue that the RNC was at in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, was Kamala Harris and Tim Walz at that exact same venue. So they sold out both venues on the same night. This was cut 17. Phil, go. There's Kamala Harris standing on the stage in Milwaukee.
And because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days.
The hard woke?
Work.
Oh, okay.
Looks like she's speaking the same time as her husband's speaking.
No, we haven't already won. 77 days of work to do, my friends.
There it is. God,
No, she spoke when they finally did the ceremonious, because they had already, the delegates.
Yeah.
When all the delegates got done, they took her live. They said she accepted. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just read this tweet, and then we'll break, and we'll get to Bruno. This was from Jackie Heinrich of Fox News, speaking of the separate rallies. VP Kamala Harris held an event 90 miles from the DNC on the night the party's two most popular figures, Barack and Michelle Obama, campaigned on her behalf. And a source familiar with the DNC planning tells Fox that choice was made out of sensitivity and respect to Joe Biden. Quote, Obamas are still not on the White House good side, quote.
Wow.
A source familiar with the situation said, quote, it would not be helpful to their relationships. Heinrich goes on to say, Fox is told that this plan came together to avoid the optics of Harris still serving as Biden's Veep, appearing alongside one of the figures he views as responsible for driving the end of his reelection bid at the very convention which was supposed to be his only weeks ago. The source said, we are in tricky territory. All right, well, there you go, for what that's worth. Tony Bruno, he's worth a lot, and he's been known to draw a big crowd, folks.
Listening, by the way, I can see him in the on-deck circle listening to all these cuts, so I'm sure he's going to have some. I'm sure he's going to have some.
I'm just going to come back, welcome him in, wind him up, and let him go for like 27 minutes uninterrupted.
We'll get a coffee break.
Bruno is coming up next, but first, our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Acura of Westchester. They feature the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. It's the 2024 Integra. I was an Acura owner myself for 10 years. The new Integra, by far the most striking Acura that I've seen. I used to have the little old ILX. It was a nice vehicle, but I had to upgrade. But you can get this vehicle today. It is well equipped with advanced safety and tech features. For all of you people that live on social media, you're going to get your wireless Apple CarPlay, your music lists, your high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, so you're always connected to the internet, and, of course, a 16-speaker premium audio system. You can visit PiazzaAcura.com right now, or you can test drive, just like I did, the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester. That's the location I went to. Ardmore or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company. We always do it live Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app all the way even down into the Dominican Republic. Watch us live on YouTube. Leave us your voicemails. Getting a little choked up here because I get emotional when I see Tony Bruno in the on-deck circle. And he's there right now, live from the great state of Florida. Tony Bruno. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and I never took more than I needed. Except, when you're at a convention and they give swag out and you go by and you get another one, you grab another little tchotchke and you just keep going back for more. Or you're J.B. Pritzker, who, by the way, inherited his billions. He never worked a day in his life except at the Golden Corral, where he empties all the food nightly. And then he has a mansion down here in Florida. He's a guy that's so in love with his state, he comes down to his mansion when things go bad up north. J.B. Pritzker.
Pritzker? I didn't
exactly.
even. Yeah. Meanwhile.
Pritzker, one of the wealthiest families in America, by the way.
Exactly. I'm a billionaire. I heard you guys talking earlier. First, you had a guy who never worked a day in his life, Bernie Sanders, career grifter, just like Joe Biden.
Yep.
And then he talks about billionaires. It used to be millionaires, and now it's billionaires. And then you get J.B. Pritzker, a self-proclaimed billionaire who inherited his money. It's ridiculous, man. Well, I haven't watched it. I'm living vicariously through the clips because I posted yesterday on my Twitter at Tony Bruno Show. Mm-hmm. There's no reason to watch the DNC because basically you can get all the clips the next morning here. Like I didn't see a second of it last night.
Yeah, exactly.
So I get caught up to date. Because I did flip on at 11 o'clock to see what was going on. I was watching a show on railways of the world. I'm more interested in railways all over the world than listening to everybody who hates Trump getting paid to go up there to say they hate Trump. Nobody goes up there to talk about what they're doing other than taking people's money, and then the Obamas come out of the woods to try to save the party again. By the way, the biggest point that people forget about this, Democrats have controlled the White House 12 of the last 16 years. Let me repeat, 12 of the last 16 years, it's been Obama and his cabal. They couldn't get Hillary in, and then they had to cheat to get Joe in while nobody was paying attention in 2020, and we had the pandemic and the voting rules being changed all over the world. Now, all of a sudden, Obama realizing that, he's in trouble. So, and it's funny because these people all hate each other. Remember, Joe Biden was there Monday night. They threw him out the door. He goes out and starts screaming like he did his entire career.
The hell with that.
And the same lies that he told all the time, including during the debate. And he goes out there and spouts the same lies. So If you want to watch that stuff, go right ahead. I'd rather watch PBS documentaries on railroads than watch that stuff. And then you got Michelle Obama at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, seriously, who the hell's staying up for that? Who's staying up? And these people are all paid. By the way,
go ahead.
They're all paid to be there. Little John was with Trump a couple months ago. They threw him $100,000, and he says, "Yeah, I'll do 10 minutes at the." And then you got Phil Murphy. By the way, the big story at the DNC is, of course, they have abortion and vasectomy vans outside in the parking lot, right? Mm-hmm. You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
25 babies have been aborted in the first 2 days of the DNC. I wonder if more people will be shot on the streets in Chicago or will be aborted in the vasectomy. It's perfect for the vasectomies because none of the guys going in there really needs to do anything anyway with whatever they have in their bodies. You know what I'm saying?
Including Tim Walz.
Well, yes, and that's the guy
Tim Walz, yes.
We got to get to that guy because every time he opens his mouth, it's a lie about his track record and his history from, stolen valor and all the different things from a military standpoint, from his coaching background as a football guy, and now even the New York Times, Tony, and CNN pointing out the fact that even though he has repeatedly said, including at Temple University, that his wife used IVF, they are saying, no, that is not true. It was another means of fertilization. So this guy, and he's going to take center stage tonight. He will be the headliner on night number 3 in Chicago.
And the worst part about this Tim Walz character is the Minnesota Star Tribune is carrying water for this guy. All of his lies, they come out and say, well, he either misspoke, and now all of a sudden, no, he didn't really say his wife took IVF. And then Michelle Obama was saying that they needed IVF. Trump never stopped IVF. These people lie. And it's amazing. And the scariest part of this, people will vote whatever they want, whoever they want to vote for. But the bottom line is, tell me one thing that makes you happy. I mean, if you own stock, if you have a 401k and you worked your entire life, you're in jeopardy of losing everything if all of these plans that haven't even been announced yet but are being leaked out. The unrealized capital gains thing is the biggest scam in history. I'll break it down for you. Say you bought 100 shares of Zoom in January of 2020, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
For $75 a share. It went up to $350 a share the same year, but you didn't sell it. So you still hold on to it, but if you wanted to sell it under Obama's still running the controls. Under Kamala and Walz's plan, you would have to pay $27,500 in taxes. That's right. A capital gain of $27,500, you'd pay $6,875 in taxes. 25% of a stock that you bought, watched increase, and that's how that's how 401ks and retirement plans work. If they do this, you're done. Anybody who's worked their entire lives, has a home, has a capital gains to report, they are going to be screwed.
But what's worse is if you don't, so say you don't sell it.
Right.
You have to then pay that $27,000 capital gains tax. But say the following year it drops, you don't get that money back.
Exactly. That's the thing here. It's about everyday people. Trotting the Obamas out there, to talk about, how much money do you need? These people have mansions all over the place.
Yeah, they haven't qualified as everyday people in a long time, Tony.
They made $70 million, and they're still bitching about being black and being held back. Are you serious right now?
Well,
you're right, Nick. It's all about race.
Yep.
It's all about race and hate.
Yep.
And they got abortions. You know what they need to have at the DNC? They need to have an AA mobile van out there. So they get all these drunks, Nancy Pelosi, Phil Murphy, Kamala, Kathy Hochul. They should have a drunk tank outside of the DNC and then have the media, then have CNN and all the loving media go in there. And the guy from the governor of Minnesota, the governor of Wisconsin, all visibly drunk last night. And there's nothing wrong with having a couple of cocktails.
Hell no.
But these people they should be friends of Bill. Well, that's what they should have. And I know a lot of alcoholics, so I'm not saying alcoholism is easy.
Right.
I've known a lot of alcoholics, but the fact that these people are flat out drunk as skunks and they're voting on delegates for a woman who never got one single vote.
Right. Right.
That's the amazing thing. And I love that the delegation from California is not going to make the decision right now. So it's so orchestrated. They wanted California to be the last state to put her over the top of delegates that she never earned. Not a single vote. I had as many delegates going into the convention as Kamala Harris and Stolen Valor Tampon Tim Walz.
Well, I'm so glad you brought up the capital gains stuff, and I know that's a little bit in the weeds, but, Dawn gave us a story earlier. I think, Dawn, you said that there's reports that Kamala's kind of walking back the taxing tipping concept thing. So you've got that out there, and then you've got the food industry and the Wall Street Journal pushing back against Kamala Harris over her claims that they are price gouging. And I didn't know this, Tony Bruno, up until last Friday when Kamala's trying to put a cap on things like your groceries and what they can charge, by being too obnoxious. They're working on the slimmest of profit margins. Kroger's a big chain, specifically in the Southeast. I don't know how far north they come, but I think they're probably all in the same ballpark. You're talking about 1 to 1.5, maybe a 2% profit margin for these grocery stores. So they have to sell a ton of product and have a ton of people in there. They're not working on 20% margins.
No. There was somebody that was sending me the argument pro that the fact that price gouging is happening in grocery stores. They sent me the information on Walmart. And I'm like, Walmart?
That's where poor rich people don't go to Walmart.
Right. Not only that,
rich people do not shop in Walmart.
It's not just a grocery store. They sell all sorts of other stuff that maybe, yes, those prices have been artificially inflated, but not their grocery side.
Sure.
Their grocery side is one of the cheapest things out there, and they're not making profit off of that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they sell TVs. The super Walmarts have everything. They're basically a grocery store plus a Target all combined into one at a lower level because, as we know, Stalker thinks Walmart's disgusting.
Thank you.
Well, it depends on which one you go into, but let's be honest. You're not seeing J.B. Pritzker's not waddling into a Walmart in Chicago.
Certainly not.
Inherited $1 billion Hyatt hotel, big one of those legacy. What did they call it last night? They were talking about the Trump family affirmative action through inheritance. This guy inherited $1 billion from his hotel heir family.
Yeah.
And by the way, the other siblings who inherited the same amount of money, they're worth triple what he's worth. I'm just saying.
It's amazing. Well, I inherited that too, but I blew it on the Eagles -3. And here I am.
The Eagles!
Tony,
by the way, speaking of anemic, not just the DNC, the Phillies must have been watching the DNC last night because their top 4 hitters went 0 for 12.
I know.
Basically the same percentage of all of these clowns, the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, getting up there. I mean, if they didn't, you just saw the stat that the Kamala Harris Walz campaign now has $1 billion in their war chest. Of course they do. They're paying everybody to show up and rip Trump.
Yep.
They don't have anything to run on. It's all about ripping Trump. That's what this whole convention's about.
Yes, indeed. We're going to keep Tony around for another segment. We'll get more of Bruno's thoughts. I got to get to your thoughts, Tony, on a former 76er who goes off on black people just automatically voting for Kamala because she's black. And also a conservative has been replaced on Sunday NFL Countdown with a liberal, and this man has a history that Tony Bruno can talk about. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. This segment with Tony Bruno is brought to you by Macy's. Back to school at Macy's is all about fresh starts and new looks. Save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, and more that'll hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you'll find all the top quality brands you'll love. Shop Macy's and make the first day back to the schools the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back to school today. Back to Kayal and Company after this.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality health care and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost health care for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Is your home cold and drafty, or windows and doors just won't open like they used to anymore? Brighten your home with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We offer a wide selection to fit your style and budget, ensuring energy efficiency and aesthetic appeal.
And new doors and windows enhance your home's value and comfort.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is tried and true, outperforming the market through the worst of economic times, as it did for crash-proof consumer Larry Kipp. In 2007, Mr. Kipp's crash-proof system earned 15.8% interest, outperforming the S&P. When the crash of 2008 struck and the market dropped over 37%, his crash-proof system lost nothing. Mr. Kipp did not have to recover from the crash. His system credited 10.8% interest permanently to his account, as others tried to recoup what they already had.
People talking about all the money that they lost, and I could sit there and say, well, I didn't lose any. I knew that I couldn't lose principal, and so when the crash came, I knew my money was safe. I would say that there is a crash-proof retirement. I have proof of it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, but we do care about Tony Bruno as he continues with us here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Tony, Robin, Greg, a whole bunch of people hanging out as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Morning mystery movie clip in about 20 minutes. Dawn's Big Three. We'll get to the cut sheet part due and your voicemails. But this is another great story, Tony, of where sports and politics collide as former number one overall pick in the NBA draft in 2001. I believe this was actually, Tony, when you were out in Los Angeles or in that area, generally speaking. Kwame Brown, you might remember the name. He was drafted. He played for the Lakers. He was also a Sixer back in 2012. But he doesn't drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak, and he went on a rant criticizing Steve Harvey as well as other black celebrity, as what he's calling them, gatekeepers, including D.L. Hewley and others, for allegedly shaming black people into voting for Kamala Harris merely because she is black. Kamala Harris, according to Kwame Brown, he says, Kamala's skin color is not going to pay for your groceries. Your thoughts on Kwame Brown going out and speaking against the grain, something I think everybody should be willing to do. I have no problem with James Carville being a white Democrat liberal from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And if Kwame Brown and other black voters are going to vote for Trump and not fall for identity politics, to me, that's great. I think that's what politics should be about.
That's the toughest thing to do in America right now. Forget about white people and white dudes for Kamala and all these other freaky groups coming up and getting paid to go out there and pimp a product or pimp a politician. But when you got Kwame Brown, Antonio Brown, one of the more bizarre guys in the NFL, his Twitter account is incredible now. He rips everybody. I know. Now, he was a weird dude, but he does this CTESPN, and he rips everything that ESPN does. So he's on an ESPN hating campaign. And then you mentioned, Kwame Brown. Again, people, he wasn't a good player. People will always look at black people who have the guts to stand up and say, this is why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris and Walz. They're the bad people. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the frauds who rely on the majority of white audiences to help them become multi-millionaires like Steve Harvey, he's an Uncle Tom. Steve Harvey smiles, and he's got 50,000 shows, and he's got 4 ex-wives to pay, and he looks good, and he's great on camera. At the end of the day, he's just another honk for the DNC. He's just another useful idiot to try to get people to vote for a guy just like Obama. Obama was president for 8 years. Would Obama be president if not for white people voting for him twice? Of course not. But they play the race card only when it suits their purposes. Michelle Obama getting up there and talking about, she just got paid $850,000 to go to Germany to give a 1-hour speech. And she's telling us about not taking more than we need. The biggest hypocrites are the Obamas. They've ruined the country. They've ruined race relations in this country. And that's all they have. They want people to hate each other based on the color of our skin. And they're supposed to be the uniters. Barack Obama was the worst divider, and he's still trying to divide so that his party and his cabal can maintain control of the White House. That's all this is about. 12 of 16 years run by one party, and they're claiming the other party is the party of Hitler. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's sadly about power. It's about ego. It's about money. Two of those three actually apply to Bobby Kennedy. He doesn't have much power, but he could have an impact in the election. I thought it was interesting yesterday. Nicole Shanahan was on some random podcast, and you look at all the polls, and the Kennedys have flamed out. I mean, his whole thing has crashed and burned. He's at maybe 3%. We thought he would be a factor. He certainly could still impact something to some extent, but they're basically saying it's either we stay in order to get 5%, which gets us about $13 million, which keeps our hope alive for a third party, or we bow out and we endorse Donald Trump and we potentially work with Trump, because Nicole Shanahan and Bobby Kennedy are hell-bent on keeping the Democrats out of office. Your thoughts on whether or not Trump should bring Kennedy aboard and whether or not Kennedy will, in fact, endorse him before this election is over?
Now, I'm reading some reports on Twitter X. You know, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists on there, but there's a lot. In fact, I get most of my news on X because I look at the legitimate people, not the politicos and the Hills and the Axioses of the world, which have all basically discredited themselves in the last month as absolute worthless organizations, like most of the media. Let's be honest. The biggest enemy of the people is our media. The most corrupt media in the history of this country. And it hurts me saying that. That's what bothers me the most as somebody who started as a journalist in this business back in 1971. The media is the enemy of the people. They are basically running interference for the Democratic Party. You don't see Pravda. The people at Pravda would love to have a job working for the mainstream media, the CBSs, the CNNs of the world. It's embarrassing. That's what should hurt us as Americans more than, you know, what the policy is here in crowd sizes. It's funny that Obama was talking about crowd sizes. You know, Trump had massive crowds. Then all of a sudden they get a couple of crowds for Kamala to go out, and they're arguing about crowd size. Nobody cares about crowd sizes. You know, Trump has them because people stand in line for him. The DNC has to pay people to show up in hangars or have concerts before their shows go on. So and arguing about crowd sizes is stupid. But the fact is, Donald Trump, for people who hate him, Donald Trump is not the problem in this country, folks. It's the people who hate Donald Trump more than they love the country. They hate Donald Trump, and that's what they're getting paid to trot out there and go up on stage and call half the country names. That's one thing Trump has never done, which is why I respect him. He doesn't knock the voters. He doesn't knock the Democratic voters. The Democrats, all they do is knock anybody who doesn't vote for them. That's the biggest difference here. You can talk about policies all day and all night, but when you have candidates who only criticize people who vote for the other candidate, that's the problem. Because Democrats hate anybody who don't fall into lockstep. This is Soviet, this is Pravda, this is Stalinism. That you name, Mussolini would be proud, standing on a patio, standing up on his balcony, doing this, watching the DNC. It's a joke. And then, you know, the Obamas own mansions in all over the world. And they're the ones preaching about don't take more than you need? Seriously?
Yeah. You talk about the media and, you know, journalism, and you're obviously a Temple grad, a journalist major. Dawn, the same thing. You guys have been doing this for a long, long time, and we know the media is obviously biased. But this is not a Republican, Trump-supporting, right-wing talking point. MRC just releasing yesterday that the legacy media election interference coverage, how skewed it is between the networks of NBC, CBS, and ABC, which does not include CNN, by the way. They have painted Harris with 84% positive coverage. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, 89% negative coverage. And the thing that's unique about this election is you can take the Trump administration, you can take the Biden-Harris administration, stack them back to back and shop and compare and look at the prices and look at this and cross-reference everything. Yet the media coverage is so remarkably skewed. Tony, it's not, they don't even try. I'm actually surprised they fact-checked Kamala Harris or Tim Walz or the New York Times or CNN. It's really remarkable that 1 out of every 10 days they will actually say, actually, the Democrats are lying here, because the numbers are so flip-flopped. It's Looney Tune world.
And the interesting thing is that CNN has has a conservative guy. Was Scott somebody?
Scott Jennings.
He's the only guy on the panel that talks about facts and is the only voice, not speaking for conservatives, speaking about the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. That's all you need to do. Just point out their hypocrisy. The Obamas out there last night, and then Biden gets thrown out the door at midnight on Monday night. And the headline in the New York Post yesterday, past his bedtime. I mean, this is embarrassing. You got people knifing each other in the back, throwing them out. Obama talking about, we want to be a country where we welcome everybody. Yeah, that's the problem. You're not welcoming the people that we should be welcoming, the real people who go through the process. And now you're going to lecture us on who belongs in the country and how you're not a danger to democracy. It's a joke. Mm-hmm. It's a joke.
I need to get your thoughts on this. We talked about this a little bit in the 7 o'clock hour. The Guardian did a story on Haley voters for Harris. They actually quoted one individual who fancies himself as a centrist to moderate Republican constitutional constructionist who voted. It was a Haley supporter during the Republican primary that will now vote for Kamala Harris. And they're right here in Bucks County. This guy named Jack, he for all I know, he could be a listener of this show, could be listening now. I don't understand how you can, look, if you don't want to vote for Trump and you wanted to vote for Haley, that's fine. I got it. Also, for the record, if our election right now was Harris versus Haley, I'm rushing to vote for Haley to keep Harris out of office.
Absolutely.
But I don't understand how you can go from as basically a moderate Republican and be on board with Nikki Haley, not get your wish, and then decide to vote for Kamala Harris. You're not voting for Josh Shapiro. You're not voting for Bashir from Kentucky or some more moderate to liberal Democrat. You're going from Nikki Haley to left of the Pacific Ocean communist socialist Kamala Harris. How does that make any sense?
It makes no sense because people have no idea. People 6 months ago couldn't name Kamala Harris on the street, and she was the sitting vice president for almost 4 years. And the Tim Walz, nobody in Minnesota paid attention to Tim Walz unless he was having paintballs shot at people in the middle of the night because they weren't inside during COVID or watching his city burn down or lying about his military service. He served in the military, but he abandoned his troops. So if you look for facts, you can find facts. If you look for narratives, you can find narratives on both sides. I don't care about Republicans nor Democrats. I've been a lifelong Democrat until 2016. When I was proud to walk down Broad Street, watching Hillary Clinton go through her campaign, locking it up, and then marching to South Philadelphia High School in 2016 and voting for Donald Trump. And that set the world on fire. And then ever since Hillary Clinton lost and the Obamas lost control of the White House for 4 years, it's been nothing but power-crazed Democrats doing anything possible to try to get back in power. They've had power 12 of the last 16 years, but that's not enough. Obama needs to keep his cabal in order because they're still running the show. Obama's people, Anita Dunn's, all these other criminals from previous administrations are still calling the shots for the White House. Nobody's in charge. Biden's out there in California with some billionaire living and just shacking up with him. But who's running the country? Do you know? Does anybody know?
No, it's not me. Is it you?
It's me.
It's Stocker.
I'm running the radio station. I'm running the country.
I
too.
knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it.
I would trust you to run the country more than any of these clowns.
That's why I love you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, a couple of things outside of the DNC. There's been a lot of chaos and commentary over the last week in the world of ESPN as they got rid of a conservative and a liberal. They got rid of RG3, who's a liberal. They got rid of Sam Ponder, who is a female Christian conservative, one of the only few, I think maybe the only female that has spoken out against men in women's sports that was currently employed at ESPN. She was the Sunday NFL Countdown host, basically the traffic cop for all the former coaches and players. Right. She's kind of just steering the ship. She's been replaced now by Mike Greenberg. My assumption is he is a liberal and a Democrat. I took a lot of flack last week for actually defending ESPN, saying, I don't think it was political, because she for 2 years has spoken out about Title IX, which I love the fact that she did. I think she was let go as part of a contract thing, as a part of a salary dump. She had been there for a long time. And, oh, by the way, they're paying Greenberg a lot of money, so they probably have to justify the salary and say, hey, I need you to do this show as well if you want to keep making the umpteen $1 billion you're making. Do you think politics played into Sam Ponder being fired at ESPN?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. The same thing happened. Absolutely. The same thing happened with Sage Steele. The same thing happened. RG3, I don't think he was a liberal. I thought he was a guy that, he was another cog that they needed to get rid of. But the interesting thing is, here's a company that's woke in ESPN Disney, and they get rid of a female host and a black former athlete as part of their plan. But they overpaid to keep people like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith, and Pat McAfee, because they're the big money guys. So Sam Ponder, the fact that they got rid of a woman and a black athlete to move up Mike Greenberg, who they put everywhere. Mike Greenberg's one of those, I don't think he's going to be political on the Sunday Countdown show. He's political. That's a traffic cop guy.
Yeah.
There's no doubt he's far left, but at least he doesn't go out there and tell everybody, what he's thinking politically. Yeah. That's not his job.
Right.
And I'll give him a credit. He's been a good soldier. He replaced me at ESPN, so that's how long he's been there. When I was with Golick, after I left, Golick and Greenberg were the morning show, and they're Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
But now, they had him on NBA, Countdown. They move him around. He's like that one-size-fits-all guy.
Yeah.
Very good, solid, smooth, professional, and he can keep a show running. He's the quarterback. But Sam Ponder being fired is absolutely a joke. There's no way that they can – she didn't make a lot of money. And you saw the other thing, Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, that is really weak.
He posts, and remember, Dan Orlovsky's a nice guy. He was a nice player, very solid. He doesn't make any waves. He goes in. He wants to keep his job. The other networks aren't knocking the doors down to hire him. And so he just made a comment about
he said, protect our daughters on Twitter.
Protect our daughters on Twitter.
And then
he had to go through the ringer to have him take it down.
Yeah, because he's...
Tell me how a man with children...
With daughters.
Girls tweets, protect our daughters, and then is put through the ringer. And then he had to apologize for it.
Yeah, and then say it's not reflective of ESPN's values. And by the way, Dan Orlovsky lives or is from or has got a residence in Bluebell, by the way. I talked about this
he's
yesterday.
a good guy.
Yes, but dude, seriously? Protect our daughters is controversial? Get out of here with that.
Well, it was like saying all lives matter back in 2020. All lives matter. If you tweeted that, you were a racist. Because, all lives mattering that's subjective.
Isn't that what
all lives matter means all lives matter?
Isn't that what sent Keith Olbermann over the edge?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why he blocked. That's when he blocked me.
Wow.
I had the audacity to tweet all lives matter.
Can you imagine?
You were inclusive.
Can you imagine
That's
that
right.
that friendship for so many years,
40 years.
was ruined
40
because you tweeted all lives matter?
Speaking of that, because obviously that was like
what a nutcase.
That was during the Trump era. We should play the audio of the woman who says she's lost her family to Trump. Trump stole her family. We should play that clip for Tony if we have it in the next 2 minutes, because that was
remarkable. By the way, I have breaking news this morning, which is
news.
The most important news for many of our listeners who like to indulge. In fact, I believe FanDuel should get action on this right now. Interactive polls, the poly market.
Yep.
When I heard poly market, I thought it was like, people who are swingers and they have polyamorous relationships.
Yeah.
The poly market is the gambling market, right?
Yep.
Did you see the latest stats this morning? I hope this convention goes on for 2 weeks because this morning, the latest poly market, Donald Trump, 52%, Harris, 47%. So Trump's up 3%. Harris down 3%. So the convention in the gambling world is now skewing toward Trump. So if you want to lock it in right now, I don't know if you've released a FanDuel pick today, but I would put that in there.
although predicted.org still has her ahead in the money bet. I have that I have
the
that
margin of
woman.
error, they're essentially tied, though.
Yeah,
right?
it's a
Most
coin
of them.
flip.
I have
Not in the poly market. There's no margin of error.
No.
One person wins, the other person loses.
That
There's
is
no
right.
point spread to cover.
Right.
There's no. You don't have to worry about electoral college or any of that stuff.
I have this nutty woman. We played this yesterday, Tony. This nutty woman on TikTok who's crying because she lost her family members to Trump.
This is basically
Wait, there's sane people on TikTok?
Well, yeah, this
is basically Keith Olbermann to Tony.
Okay, yes.
This made me want to get a vasectomy. Here we go.
So, who else has lost their family to Trump?
Oh, jeez.
I had this horrible conversation with my dad. My sister-in-law. They're still, after all this, they're still Trump supporters. And it's like, how can I respect you?
How can I respect you?
How can I respect you if you are still a Trump supporter when you have a daughter and a great-granddaughter? Off.
Loved her on the Muppets.
How can I respect you? His dad.
Kind of sounds like the Swedish Chef.
Elmo. Bad things to me.
Touch me, Elmo.
Elmo,
bye, Daddy.
That can't be real.
That's what I said yesterday.
That can't be real.
That's what I said yesterday. This
saw
has to
that.
be a work. This has to be a work. It cannot be real.
No, when you see the video, you see her face.
Yeah.
Oh, she was crying?
really-
No, I feel for her.
She was
She's obviously mental. Has
She's,
mental
she's,
issues.
she's a kook.
You feel for her? Well, I feel for the family that's fractured because she can't get her
Crow talking
feelings
says,
together.
"Oh no, Mr. Bill!"
Yes.
That's dead on.
That
That's
is
not a Muppet.
amazing.
That's Mr. Bill.
Mr.
Yes.
Bill. Yeah, that is a great. That is a great callback. That is a great callback.
No, I mean, here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
I feel for all liberals who have bought into that narrative. I remember my daughter is has been voting Democrat. I don't know what she stands at now because we have agreed that we don't talk about politics, because the last time during Trump, when Trump was running, and I was vocal about that I was going to vote for Trump, she was so upset because friends of hers and the narrative on the liberal side was telling people to break off communication with their family and friends if they weren't also Democrat. And she called me crying, and she was saying that her friends were telling her to stop talking to me and she didn't want to do that. I'm like, sweetheart, just don't listen to them. That's ridiculous. Who in their right mind thinks it's okay to tell you to stop talking to your family over some stupid politician?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, politicians were the ones who had us not talking to our family or seeing them.
Right.
Except guys like Tim Walz, who had a snitch line and guards shooting people with with paintballs if they're out at night on their patios.
Yeah, there's two parties in this country, and you vote for one of them, and all of a sudden your family wants to excommunicate you. It's a remarkable concept.
It's but you don't hear Republicans doing that regarding, like, if somebody in your family is still a Democrat, they're like, well, that's too bad, and we feel sorry for them. But we're not telling anybody not to talk to them anymore,
Yeah.
whereas that's what their narrative is.
Yeah, I still talk to my mother-in-law. I'll be texting her later today. All right, Tony Bruno, great stuff. Miss Robin, thank you very much. We'll chat again next Wednesday.
Woo. Love you guys.
All right. Hopefully, I want this convention to keep going. I don't want it to end.
Yeah, same here. I love election years.
I want every voice heard. Every anti-voice, Trump voice needs to get up there, have a couple of drinks, get wasted, and then go hang out with a delegation who had no idea who Kamala Harris was until she was foisted upon the public, and that Obama, the guy who helped orchestrate the coup to kick Joe Biden out last night, talking about unity and no division.
Although I do think that next to the free abortion and free vasectomy buses, they should also offer free lobotomies, because then everybody would be happy.
Exactly right.
Friend, free Tito's. All right, good stuff, Bruno. Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Don't drink and drive.
Yes.
Don't text and drive. And if you want a free vasectomy or an abortion, jump on the nearest flight. Go to Chicago. Abortions on demand and vasectomies for all you guys out there who really aren't going to use the fluids that God gave you.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
Oh boy. Oh, boy.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, man.
Good night,
There
and
he
God
is.
bless America. Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what our morning mystery movie clip is here on this Wednesday morning.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What kind of deal?
A kind you wouldn't have the authority to make. However, I'm sure this mission of yours has a commanding officer. A general. I'm betting for OSS would be my guess. Ooh, that's a bingo. Is that the way you say it? That's a bingo?
You just say bingo.
Bingo!
Such a great
How
movie.
fun!
Such a great movie.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today's prize, a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show at the Golden Nugget Casino Hotel, September 5th through September 8th. See the 2025 model introductions from all the major boat manufacturers. Tickets on sale at acinwaterboatshow.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. See if you can identify that clip. The tickets are yours. We'll get our winner, cut sheet part due, and then back by popular demand.
Oh, no.
Your voicemail.
Dawn, didn't I say we're not doing this anymore?
He did.
I did.
It's
I did.
back. And we're back after this.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Discover the 2024 Tundra at Tri-County Toyota.
Right now, get $1,000 customer cash or enjoy financing starting at just 1.99% APR. Or choose the all-new 2024 Tacoma and lease for $279 per month. Or choose rates as low as 4.99% APR. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyToyota.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show and meet Ike Reese.
Archbishop Wood basketball team, it's your boy Ike Reese.
That's Conklin at Wood, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit BradfordWhite.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal & Company. Man, the music has been phenomenal. Phenomenal.
By the way, we'll all be tied in a bow, a nicely packed bow, coming up at 9:50 with Phil's Today in Music History. Every song we played today has some sort of meaning, and will all be revealed at 9:50 this morning.
And they say that this show always goes off prompt.
Oh, stop. By the way, can I just say something? Yeah, we just heard that about Odyssey's #1 talk station. I would like to thank, I just got a little note here in, I would just like to thank the 250,000 people. Let me just say that again. 250,000 people that tuned in to 1210 WPHT in the month of July. 250,000 people just on the app that tuned in on Odyssey, on Odyssey's app. Thank you very much to everybody that tuned in the month of July. 250,000 people.
Thank you.
That's 200,000 more than CNN gets in prime time.
It's amazing. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Let's get our winner in here for our morning mystery movie clip. We've got Doug from Thorndale. Doug, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Doug, what movie did we just play for you?
Inglorious Bastard.
Yeah.
That is correct. Congratulations. You got yourself the boat show tickets coming up in September down in Atlantic City.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much, Doug. Doug in Thorndale, not to be confused with Doug Emhoff. All right, let's let's find out what's occurring in the world of sound bites. It's time for Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by American Airlines. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Nice, Naples, and Copenhagen. That's nonstop from Philly to the sights and delights of 3 of Europe's coolest cities. But summer won't last forever, so hurry up and relax. Book today at AA.com. That's AA.com. Okay, so last night, Stephen Colbert held a live show after the DNC, and his guest was Nancy Pelosi. And this is Cut 21, Phil. And what's extraordinary to me about this is that protesters interrupt Nancy Pelosi speaking. And instead of Colbert sticking up for his guest and being like, hey, shut them the hell up, get them out of here, he goes, well, do you want to address what they're saying? Oh. And puts her kind of on the spot. I always feel bad. Actually, I don't feel bad for her because she's a hideous human. But Colbert kind of sounds like he's siding with the protesters here for this.
Okay.
Cut 21, Phil, go.
And right now, we just got word earlier today, that Israel had agreed to the ceasefire agreement. We're hoping that Hamas will too. But it takes me to the point of saying to you, war has no role in a civilized society. This is not, we have to learn more about trust and peace and learning about each other rather than to have conflict resolved by war.
Well, as you can see from the continuing protest out here, that answer is unsatisfying to some people because they believe that the United States. Hold on 1 second. Would you like to respond to what they're saying?
Yeah, well, what I was saying
Will
is,
you listen to her response if she?
Hold on,
Stephen. They're screaming, I can't hear them, but to those who have
They've
that
said
question.
that the United States should not have any role in supplying Israel arms to kill the people of Gaza now.
Well,
that's what they're saying.
Israel has a right to
Listen to that crowd.
Mm-hmm. And the hostages should be returned.
And the hostages should be returned. But the other part of it is that has been so major for all of us for many years.
Can I just say something? I want to stop this right here. Like, it's Stephen Colbert's job as a host.
Yeah.
If somebody's doing, he needs to, like, have
address
them.
the elephant in the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
But think about this. Think about what happened October 7th. You had terrorists rushing in on unarmed young women, civilians, babies, all of that, but raping them. And so this is what that crowd, make no mistake, is saying that basically it's a woman with a order of protection against somebody who you know is going to bang down your door if you give up your gun.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that's what they're saying, that you Israel, you need to be disarmed. And what would that do? What would the terrorists do at that point? Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I guess now we know why Colbert typically tapes his show. So that was live in Chicago because of the DNC, obviously.
A little bit more.
Years is that there must be a two-state solution. You cannot have peace unless you have a two-state solution. Israel, a secure Jewish democratic state in the region, and the Palestinians having their own secure country there as well. Unless you have a two-state solution, we'll not have a resolution of this. And that is a time of opposition.
Wow. Please don't interrupt my guests.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was...
Madam Secretary, Madam Speaker, we're a live show, so we have to go at this point. Please come again. We can continue the conversation about your book.
But I have to say, isn't it great to be in Chicago?
Oh, God.
Could have done without that.
Yeah, the cheap pop. The cheap pop.
Smart on her part.
Yep. Pulling the Mick Foley.
Get the crowd back in her favor, I guess. Yeah.
As she wears her Hulk Hogan yellow.
Yeah. The whole thing is just, I didn't love the way Stephen Colbert handled that. I especially didn't love the way the audience cheered. But
well, the first part, when he interjects saying to Nancy, "Would you like to address what's?" So he was actually not attempting directly, but to get her off of her talking point, and she didn't want to get off the talking point. And he at least said, "Would you like to address, blah blah blah," back in the tops and in the cheap seats that are. Now the second time around, he's like, "This is a live show, and I need you to, shut up." Actually, didn't mind the way Colbert handled the first part.
Oh, you didn't?
No. No, I mean, he had Nancy address an issue.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. I
don't want politicians just coming in there with their rehearsed lines.
But here's the problem: is that it sounds like he's like, well, this protester here has a point. Why don't you address what this nut job is saying instead of like. There's a Bill Maher many years ago. There was an anti-war protester and he went right out in the crowd and was basically, get out of my effing arena. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like just went right up to him. And I'm not saying that's what Colbert should have done, but I don't know, to give them validity, like a bunch of nuts who are screaming in a taped TV show. It's just it's ridiculous.
But it's because Colbert has no spine.
And yes.
And so he is just trying to walk this fence because he doesn't want this to play on him.
Yeah.
He doesn't want them to heckle him. He's putting it on her.
Yeah.
And that's because he's lame and spineless.
And he's not funny.
Lame and spineless.
And he's not funny.
Yeah.
All right, we should break and then do your voicemail.
Yeah, voicemails coming up next. If you haven't done so yet, download the Odyssey app. Get to 1210 WPHT. Right next to the Listen Live buttons, a little microphone. You tap it, you speak, you send it, and then you hear it with the magic of radio. Kayal and Company back after this.
I know it feels cool beginning in the 50s this morning with the cool weather, but you know what? We still have a couple of weeks left of summer officially. No time like the present to get back out on the roads for that final summer road trip. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You know you want it. You've earned it. Now go get it. With a little help from my friends at Piazza. You know, they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful brands on our roadways. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their many dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia from Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts, no worries. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company. As we get ready for your voicemails, brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with a Range Rover, Discovery, and Defender models. Find the Land Rover that's perfect for you today for a personalized test drive. Visit them at piazzaautogroup.com for more information. Greg Stocker, what have the people been recording? Me too.
On the one hand, you got Tim Walz putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. But then you just played the clip of Governor Beshear basically saying that men can't get pregnant. So which one is it? One more thing.
Yeah.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Mustard.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, just to put a little bow on that tampon thing.
Is that fake?
I think it's fake. I think a news outlet called a bunch of Minnesota schools, like all of them, and they all said it's not true. So check your sources a little bit on that. I'm just saying. Don't believe everything here.
Mustard.
All right.
This is Randy.
Uh-oh.
I was wondering if you guys could grab that sound bit where Greg says it's douchey, because that was pretty damn funny.
Jim, are you listening? Can we put that on the board?
Okay.
I need Stocker saying it's douchey.
Okay.
My ever-growing...
When did I say that? I don't even remember saying that, but I'm sure he did.
Earlier this morning with the DNC on, was it Little John or was it something else?
I don't remember. It was douchey.
I could really see RFK Jr. being put in charge of the FDA. Could you imagine him being over clean foods, our health, and making sure vaccines and other drugs are not overly prescribed and overly dosed? That would be awesome.
Never trust a Kennedy.
Never trust a Kennedy, but that'd be very interesting. I actually just got a tweet about that a few minutes ago. Let me see if I can find it for you. It might have been the same guy that actually left the voicemail.
I think that was Bob in Pensacola,
Okay,
Florida.
yes. So, yeah, Bob in Pensacola tweeted me saying the same exact thing. His views on additives in our food that is illegal in most of the world, making sure drugs are fully tested and not overly prescribed.
Good morning, guys. This is Joe in Warminster. For those people who are asking the government for affordable housing, let's look at all the projects that are laying around in waste. Is this what they really want? They think government can give them something nicer, like a beautiful townhome down in Old City? It's not going to happen, folks. What they need to do is, the educational system needs to instruct these people on what it takes to obtain a housing loan. You have to have a job. You have to have a good credit record. Maybe have a bank account and learn how to balance it. But these people are just so eager to defer to the government to do everything for them.
Yep.
Which taxes me and everybody else who don't want to live like that.
Yep,
Oh,
and nice
gosh.
to have a good
God help us.
income to debt ratio, maybe at least 10 to 20% down. But you can Google on how you should go about buying a house. You don't need to hear it from this guy.
All right, one more.
Pretend Ozzy checking in. Everyone remember, Greg is a...
Uh-oh. What was he going to say?
What?
Greg is a what? He cut it off after. I did not cut that off, by the way. That was not
Okay.
me. Greg is a what?
Hey, we still have to adhere to the FCC here.
Yeah.
We can't be airing certain potty words.
Pretend Ozzy, if you want to call back and say what you were going to say.
Wow.
Okay.
Man.
There
All
we
right,
go.
man.
That's what we got today, man.
Yeah, I also have to watch my tongue because some of you are giving us these voicemails, and I feel like you're done. And then you have more to say, and I start talking. So I just got to sit back and wait until I don't know, just maybe like point at me when it's done because I don't want to interrupt Bob in Pensacola.
It's all good.
Yeah, because some people, Bob's got the Kamala delay, a little drawn out. Yeah, a little slightly. Just like, all right, can we land the plane? Let's land the plane.
Hey, guys, if you can criticize us, we can criticize you. Remember that.
Jab right back, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show at the top of the hour this morning.
Oh man, so we have Trump in North Carolina today. I'll preview for you. We'll go through last night's DNC, and then Bill Clinton is coming up today.
Oh boy.
I have to unload on Stephanie Grisham because I have some dirt on her,
Oh,
and
boy.
I just have because
Dirt.
I met her. I have to share it. What's going on with the crazy-eyed one? So I come on.
Come on.
I have to do it.
I love dirt.
So I'm going to unload on a little bit on Steph.
Okay.
We met that day.
Yeah.
And we have some great guests. We're going to, if you're wondering what to watch, because we're kind of in that in-between period.
Yep.
We have some great ideas. Henry has set up some great interviews. And we will go through, we'll talk about the policies. Policy matters with Trump. So I'll take you through all of the policies with one of our great experts, Andre Beliveau. He'll be coming up too. There's a lot going on, a lot breaking and developing. We got it all covered, live and local, as we continue.
All right, Dawn Show, top of the hour, and we wrap up today. If you're trying to figure out... Sorry. That's all right. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Just
Nick.
No, it's my fault.
Sorry, Nick.
That's my fault.
Today, August 21st, we celebrate the birthdays of Steve Smith, former drummer for Journey, who's now 70, and Glenn Hughes, who's now 73. Heavenly birthday shout-outs include Kenny Rogers, as well as Joe Strummer from The Clash. We also lost Don Everly of the Everly Brothers on this day in 2021. Singles include Eva Destruction by Barry McGuire in 65, Love Song by The Cure in 89, and A Day That Never Comes by Metallica in 2008. Albums include Conspiracy by King Diamond in 89, Motorhead's debut in 77, the $5.98 EP Garage Days revisited by Metallica in 87, Facelift by Alice in Chains in 90, in 84, Warrior by Scandal, and Against the Law by Stryper, Persistence of Time by Anthrax, and Firehouse's debut also got released on this day in 1990. Also, in 65, the Stones were topped the album chart with Out of Our Heads. In 2005, the Stones kicked off their Bigger Bang tour in Boston. I saw that tour in Hershey. And in 2023, Hoobastank's The Reason passed 1 billion views on YouTube. But lastly, on this day in 76, the very first punk festival in Europe took place at a bullfighting ring in France. Acts included Eddie and the Hot Rods, as well as The Damned.
Wow.
For Kayal Company,
Nice.
I'm Phil Lomko.
Nice work, Philip. Good stuff as always. 1984, a lot of great songs in 1984. Big 1984 fan.
Who won Twitter?
MAGA Man wants Twitter. He says 1/4 of a million people tuned in. Wow. Were any of those the same people who said they would no longer call or criticize the show? All those people that said, I'm never listening again.
We win.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Enjoy Tim Walz's Lies tonight. The Dawn Show is coming up next, and we'll talk about night 3 of the DNC tomorrow at 6 a.m. As the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories,